Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this October 5th meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. This is a regular meeting of the City Council. Welcome to all who are watching online and joining us for this meeting. Start this meeting as we always do. If you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll call for this meeting.
Sure thing. Councilmember Beloga. I saw him on here. I think he might be muted. Councilmember Beloga, are you there? We shall come back to him. Councilmember Carter.
Here, and I'm having some connectivity issues, so if I'm not responding, that would be why.
Thank you. Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Present.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Councilmember Beloga.
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Bussey.
Present. Let the record show all 7 members of the Bloomington City Council are here and present this evening. Councilmember Carter touched on it, and we know we have a lot of people involved in this evening's meeting. We've got a lot of staff members, we've got a lot of people who would like to speak, and so I beg your indulgence as we work through this. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for us technically, but we are going to work through it, and we're going to make the technology work for us as opposed to against us. So please be patient as we get through this, whether you're watching or if you're calling in, please be patient. We will make this work as we get through it. If we could, I'd like to move to our approval of the agenda. We have an agenda that was sent out and posted online. Council, unless there are any questions or alterations to the agenda, I'd look for a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
So moved. Beloga.
Second, Jenna.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Carter to approve this evening's agenda as printed. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. We have an agenda for this evening's meeting. Thank you all very much. Moving on to item 5.1, which is our COVID-19 organizational and public health update. Dr. Nick Kelly is joining us. Dr. Kelly, good evening and welcome. And please, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. As of this afternoon, there are 1,918 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Bloomington. We've lost 53 of our neighbors to this disease, and 157 have been hospitalized. Here in Minnesota, we have over 104,000 cases and over 2,000 deaths. Nationally, there's over 7,423,000 cases and 209,000 deaths in the U.S. Globally, there's over 35 million cases and over 1 million deaths. As far as cases go in Bloomington, we've seen 2 increases in cases since our July increase, with our last increase occurring shortly after Labor Day. We anticipate we're going to continue to see fluctuations in cases in the coming months. They're going to go up, they're going to go back down. We continue to see a disproportionate impact of COVID-19 cases in Bloomington. For COVID-19 cases with known race or ethnicity, 57% of cases are in the BIPOC community, which includes Hispanic and Latino community members. There continues to be a disproportional impact in hospitalizations and ICU admissions in the BIPOC community. When we look at death, hospitalizations, and ICU admissions, the average age of BIPOC community members is lower than the average age of white non-Hispanic community members. When we look at death, we find that we're following the national trends. The majority of deaths have occurred in congregate care settings as a living setting, with 80% of white non-Hispanic residents and 50% of BIPOC deaths occurring in a congregate care setting. The strategies to protect residents in congregate care settings is working, but it does come at a cost: social isolation. I've talked with several people recently who want to know when things are going to return to normal. They're frustrated with the pandemic and want to return to the way things were before we knew what COVID was. I remind them that I feel the exact same way. But the reality is, this is our new normal. This is how we live with COVID-19. The virus infects our neighbors. The virus infecting our neighbors is always looking for an opportunity to infect more when we let our guard down. I look forward to the day when I can tell you we are done with COVID-19, but that will be months from now. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We need to remain vigilant in how we live with COVID-19. We need to become comfortable being at least 6 feet from those outside of our immediate family. This is the most important thing we can do. We need to focus on limiting time in crowded places, confined and enclosed spaces, especially when there's low ventilation and close contact. Everyone should be using a face covering as a source control and staying home when feeling unwell. If you are notified by somebody in public health, a healthcare provider, that you were a close contact of a known case, you need to quarantine for 14 days. You cannot test out of quarantine. This is a vital step in protecting the community. It's something that we do for each other and our community. It's also a great opportunity for you to remind your friends and neighbors that you care, with calls and texts to check in, see if they need anything. Our community continues to rise to the challenge and show kindness. We are in this together. On the public health end, we continue to work on contact tracing, community testing, essential services, working with congregate care, supporting older adults and BIPOC community members, supporting city operations to comply with COVID planning requirements, providing data analysis on COVID-19 infections, and planning for COVID-19 vaccinations. We're going to hear a lot more about COVID-19 vaccinations in the coming months. COVID-19 is challenging many things already and will continue to do so, but it doesn't have to change how our community responds. Continue to take care of each other. Everyone is being impacted by COVID. Many of our neighbors are being impacted significantly with changes to income, routines, and contact with others. I know in my neighborhood, I know more people that aren't working right now than have had COVID. We know this is not impacting our community equally. It's disproportionately impacting our BIPOC community and our older adults. Look for ways to help your neighbors during this time. Our physical distance doesn't have to mean social isolation, and we're going to get through this together. Our community is full of kind and helpful neighbors.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. And I think your statement about the 14-day quarantine, I think is very important, that you can't test your way out of quarantine. Even if you're starting to feel better, you're still infectious. It's the 14-day quarantine is much like wearing a mask. You're doing it for yourself, certainly to stay healthy, but for others as well, so we don't transmit this disease beyond yourself and the people around you. And so very important. The 14 days are incredibly important. Council, any additional questions of Dr. Kelly? Seeing no questions of Dr. Kelly, thank you very much, Dr. Kelly, and we will see you again next month. Thanks much.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to item 5.2, which is a proclamation for Bethany International and Bethany Global University Week. Bethany International, Bethany Global University are celebrating their 75th anniversary this month. A very impressive milestone, and one certainly worth a proclamation. And so I want to read the proclamation, and then I know we have some guests from Bethany that I'd like to bring in and congratulate them personally. So this proclamation is a proclamation for Bethany International and Bethany Global University Week, November 1st through November 7th, 2020. Whereas Bethany International and Bethany Global University are celebrating 75 years of training, sending, and supporting the missionary efforts of generations of people all over the world. And whereas Bethany International and Bethany Global University has continued to provide a bridge between peoples, societies, and countries by creating vital relationships with people and groups in more than 72 countries around the globe. And whereas Bethany International and Bethany Global University have also provided countless hours of community service throughout these decades in its training of thousands of students and missionaries. And whereas Bethany International and Bethany Global University has steadily grown in its influence and its presence in our fair city of Bloomington, Minnesota. And whereas the state of Minnesota also recognizes the countless hours and largely untold stories of eternal impact on our fellow humanity. And whereas Bethany International and Bethany Global University will celebrate its 75th anniversary in October 2020. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Tim Bussey, do hereby proclaim November 1st through the 7th, 2020, as Bethany International and Bethany Global University Week here in Bloomington, dated this day, the 5th of October, 2020. As I said, a very impressive anniversary and a very impressive achievement by Bethany International and Bethany Global University. We have with us this evening, I believe, a couple of guests, Mr. Daniel Bracke and I believe Mike Minich. Are you there as well, Mike? I can't see one on my screen.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes,
You're
I
here as
am,
well.
Mayor Bussey. Yes.
So welcome. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. Unfortunately, you can't be with us here in the council chambers. I wish you could, so we could hand you this proclamation personally and shake your hands and take a very nice picture. I apologize that we're not able to do this. I know, Mr. Bracke, you're the leader of Bethany, and you have some things to say, and I want to, again, congratulate you and welcome you and welcome you to speak to the council and to the community. Good evening. And you're going to need to unmute, if you could, please.
Hey,
there you are.
Well, hey, it's really good to be here. Thank you, Mary Bussey, for that proclamation. And I was thinking back over the last number of years, and it was in the early summer of 1947. Bethany moved to Bloomington, bought a farm out on Auto Club Road, 57-acre farm. And so this has been our home since that day. I personally grew up in Bloomington and grew up at Bethany Fellowship, which is now Bethany International. And so this has been home for me for a long time. I was gone for a number of years, but I've been back the last 4 years. And we are so honored to have Bloomington as our home and to realize that people from Bloomington are all over the world. And so we are very honored to be here in this city, to be part of this community. This has been a wonderful place for us to serve and to minister around the world. So thank you so much for this proclamation.
You are so very welcome. And again, congratulations and thank you. Mr. Minich, would you like to chime in and join us as well?
Thank you, Mary Bussey and council. It is a privilege, as Dan said, to be a part of the Bloomington community. I've only been on staff for a couple of years, but I have known Dan and the work that he's been leading for the last 14 years and have a great deal of respect. And his dad, of course, was also a president of Bethany back in the 90s and was one of the early adopters that he and his wife met on Bethany's campus or house originally before they moved out to the campus back in the 40s. And it's just a powerful thing to know that in our community that there is a kind of a quietly operated university and missions organization that's been doing its work right in really the heart of the Twin Cities for all of these years, and not looking for a lot of attention, not looking for people to exalt Bethany, but we are grateful nonetheless that the city recognizes that 3/4 of a century impacting the world is happening from the faithful work of thousands of people. So thank you again.
Absolutely, and thank you so very much. And for folks who don't know, obviously, Bethany is one of the top publishers of Christian literature in the country through Bethany House Publishing. The couple of things in my notes here that I didn't know, and maybe Dan, you can fill this in more a little bit, on the 25,000 pop-up camper trailers, I don't know that story at all, and I'd certainly like to know the story about the 250,000 Lefse hot plates. And if you could fill us in on that very quickly, I'd greatly appreciate that one. Again, Dan, if you could unmute, please.
The original mission, if you will, of Bethany was to train, send, and support missionaries. All the founders were business people. They weren't primarily religious leaders of any kind. And so when it came to trying to support missionaries, they began to think, what can we make? And so one of the first things they began to work on was camping trailers. And so the model of Bethany was that students didn't pay any room and board or tuition, but they worked. They helped build camping trailers and they helped make lefse plates. We were Norwegian background, and so lefse was a delicacy for us. And so made hot plates as well. And so through the years, to help support the work of Bethany, the training of students and supporting workers around the world, they made 250,000 lefse plates, or hot grills, that are still available today through, I think you can get them at Bed Bath and Beyond, I think, have them on sale, and then camping trailers. And then also Bethany House Publishers was one of those ministry industries as well. And all of that went to support missionaries and the work of training young people for missions. So yeah, right out of this little place in South Bloomington, a lot of people are enjoying, today they're probably enjoying pancakes more than they're enjoying lefse. But
Well, Dan and Mike, congratulations. You're an invaluable member of this Bloomington community. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work that you do. And again, congratulations. And please share our congratulations with your entire community on your 75th anniversary and the great work that you do at Bethany. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Very good. Thanks much.
So much. Bless you.
With that, we will move on to item 5.3 on our agenda, which is an update on absentee voting and ballot drop-off. Ms. Wilson, I know we have, I've seen it, I've driven past it in the parking lot. I know we have some ballot drop-off updates and some visuals probably to share on it. Please, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Hopefully you can see my screen. I just have a really short update for you as a council and for members of the public who may be watching tonight. Early voting, as it's called in Minnesota, includes in-person absentee balloting, which began on Friday, September 18th. So we have just over 2 weeks under our belt thus far, and the city has received slightly over 4,000 ballots in the first 2 weeks. Many more have been returned directly to Hennepin County. This will continue until 1 week before Election Day, where early voting shifts from in-person absentee to what's known as direct balloting. But it will continue to be here at Bloomington Civic Plaza. I've got the address listed there for anybody watching at home. So that's something different about early voting. All early voting takes place here at Civic Plaza, not at your polling location that you would use if you choose to vote on Election Day. We are open for early voting Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And we'll also have Saturday hours, the Saturday immediately before the election. Voters are required to wear a mask to enter our building. We have hand sanitizer and a variety of other safety precautions in place. We ask that folks do not enter the building if they are sick or experiencing symptoms. We do have curbside voting available upon request, so either for someone who isn't comfortable entering the building or has some physical limitations that make it difficult to come into the building. If you send a representative in or call ahead, we can arrange to serve you from your car at the curb here at Civic Plaza. We have installed a 24/7 ballot return box here at Civic Plaza. There's a picture of it here. It sits right next to our utility bill drop box in the west parking lot of Civic Plaza. Hopefully, as you can see from the picture, we've done our best to label them all and hoping to get the right documents in the right box. I want to assure folks that the box is locked, secured, and under 24/7 video surveillance. It will be available through 8 a.m. on Election Day, at which time we will remove the final ballots from the box and close it up. You can still return an absentee ballot up until 3 p.m. on Election Day. However, it will need to be brought into the building at that late date. The ballot drop box is intended for those who requested and received an absentee ballot by mail. Those are mailed to voters by Hennepin County. So once you get your ballot, you may complete it in the privacy of your own home and drop it off here in our drop box at Civic Plaza. There are a couple of rules around the use of the drop box, so I just wanted to take a moment to share those. In order to utilize this drop box, you must be a Bloomington voter. We cannot accept absentee ballots from other jurisdictions. If you reside in another jurisdiction, you'll want to contact your local city or county for information about how to return your absentee ballot. Secondly, you may only return your own ballot via the drop box. This is a state regulation. You may return other voters' ballots, up to 3 other voters' ballots, but it has to be done in person because there are some additional steps to be taken if you're returning somebody else's completed absentee ballot. So if you do want to drop off a family member's ballot or a neighbor has asked you to bring in their ballot, please come visit us inside during regular business hours. I want to encourage everybody to be certain to follow all the instructions that you receive with your absentee ballot, sign and seal your ballot envelope. We do have instructions posted. You can just barely see our instruction sign to the left of the dark gray box here, but it's much more visible when you pull up. I want voters to be aware that the ballot is not officially received by the city until that signature envelope is reviewed and accepted by the absentee ballot board. That typically takes about 24 hours during the work week. Voters will be contacted if there's a problem with a dropped off ballot, so long as there is time prior to election day. And by time, I don't mean if city staff is busy, just hours in the day. If you leave it the night before the election, our ability to get back in touch with you before the polls close is somewhat limited. But we will do our utmost to let anyone know if there is a problem. That is the update I have for you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions the council might have about absentee voting or ballot drop-off.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Council, any questions regarding absentee balloting or our drop box, our new drop box out in the parking lot? Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Nelson. I think I saw your hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. So the rules specifically must be a Bloomington voter. Is that stated somewhere on the outside of the box? I'm not.
It's stated on the signage immediately prior to the box. So as people drive up to this, there is signage there.
Great. That's great. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, if people drop their ballot off there, will they be able to check that it was accepted online, or is there another way for them to know that everything was okay?
Yes, the state uses a singular system. And so whether you return your ballot to our drop box, whether you bring it inside to Civic Plaza or send it by U.S. mail, once it has been formally received, it will be noted and updated online. So you can follow your ballot there. Just keep in mind, it can take us a couple of days to complete all of those steps. So if you dropped it at 10 a.m. this morning, you should not expect it to appear online as received, at 2 p.m. that afternoon. It takes a little bit longer than that.
Council, additional questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. So voting here at the City Hall, voting early, it's secure, it's safe, it's efficient, it's easy, it's absolutely secure. However you decide to vote, whether it's early like this, by mail or in person on Election Day, just make sure you've got a plan, make sure you've got a direction, you know what you want to do, and more than anything, absolutely do it. It's very important, and Bloomington is always near the top of the list in terms of voter participation in the state of Minnesota, and we want to keep it that way. So please do not hesitate to get your vote taken care of, either in advance or on Election Day. All right. Very good. Let's move on to item 5.4, which is a donation from Cedar Valley Church for delinquent utility bills. This is a very generous and a wonderful donation from our friends at Cedar Valley Church, who have taken it upon themselves to pay all of the past due residential utility bills as of September 30th in the 55425 zip code. This is very generous, and I think it's unprecedented. I don't know that we've seen anything certainly of this size in the city of Bloomington. Ms. Economy Scholler, you're going to introduce it, but I know we have at least a couple members from Cedar Valley Church who would like to talk to us as well. So, Ms. Economy Scholler, if you could kind of kick us off, I'd appreciate it.
Mayor and Council, this is Lori Economy Shoulder, the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Bloomington. Cedar Valley Church approached the city approximately 6 weeks ago, and through the last few weeks, we've worked through our legal department and the utility billing area to narrow down their donation to a specific area. And this donation of $87,518 will impact 207 properties. And again, this is for pending utility assessments and for delinquent utility bills. All of those bills will be paid and letters will be sent out to the residents. And then during this COVID time, it is we're extremely grateful, and words cannot tell us how describe this generous donation. David Gold from Cedar Valley Church is available and would like to add a few words.
Good evening, Mr. Golan. Thanks for joining us this evening. And on behalf of everyone, thank you so very much for your generosity and the generosity of your congregation.
No, thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to turn it over to Pastor Neil Rich, who's going to start with a few words, and then I'll have a few words at the end. So, Pastor Neil, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I'll give you just 2 words, and I know you guys are busy, and I'll keep it brief. I will say this: I started here in this role about 5 years ago, and one of the visions that I laid out for the church was this is a church with a long history, and we've long supported foreign missions, and we have continued to do that. One of the things that I asked was, what can we do for our immediate community? We just felt a real burden for that, and this is a church with a long history of great generosity. Unfortunately, so does the board. And so when it came up at a board meeting, really, this is all David's doing. David is the one, just so you know, David is the one who had the vision for this. David is the one who brought it to the board. David did all the legwork, and then the board was just very supportive of that. And so it's been a great privilege. We're blessed by the city to be able to participate in something like this. And we'll announce it to our church on Sunday, and they will be thrilled with a decision by the board. They really will. So I'll let David explain all the working behind it. He did all the work on this.
Well, no, thanks, Neil. And maybe just on behalf of the board, we are just so excited as well to be able to have the opportunity to help. And one of our big mandates of our church is to love our neighbors as ourselves. And we couldn't think of a more fitting way to do that, especially in our neighborhood, than to, I guess, reach out. And we know these times are tough times. It's uncertain times. And so we're just very excited that we're going to be able to help. I think it's about 200 families in the area. And we just wanted to help them, just to give them a little, leg up. We know these times are tough and jobs are tough. So we're just excited. We're hoping what this may do is just showing a little act of kindness that maybe they'll feel led to maybe pay it forward to others in their neighborhood, and they can also help out their neighbors. So, and just in final closing, I just wanted to thank Brenda Greenwald and her team. Lori mentioned it earlier. She has been fantastic. I think she's on tonight. She might be watching. So Brenda, thank you so much. This would not have happened without her and her team. And we're just very excited to be able to help and just, again, love our neighbors as ourselves. And we're hoping this will be maybe a start of other opportunities to partner in the future. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goal and Pastor Neil. I mean, you described this as a little act of kindness. This is an enormous act of kindness, and it's incredibly inspiring. And yes, a demonstration of love your neighbor like we've not seen in a long while here. So thank you very much for this. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for the love that you're showing in the community. And absolutely, to see people pay it forward, even beyond your community. I hope people in the entire city of Bloomington see this and realize that, yes, this is a difficult time. We're all in this together, and to pay this an act of kindness, big or small, forward, not only brightens people's day, but it makes an enormous difference in their life in a lot of ways. So thank you so very much. I mean, a heartfelt thank you to all of you and to your entire congregation for this. Council, anything to add? If not, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so very much. And please, again, share our thanks with your entire congregation, with the rest of your board, with all of the decision makers who made this happen, and with your entire congregations whose generosity is just unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
So our next item on the agenda, typically we have a resolution to accept donations within our consent agenda. We've pulled it out just so it is right up next to this donation. This is the announcement of this donation from Cedar Valley Church. So Councilmember Carter, I believe you've got the consent agenda this evening. If you could lead us through this resolution to accept donations, just so we can get this officially on record and so that folks can hear it officially. So Councilmember Carter?
Great. Yep. Thank you. I'm happy to do that. So, I want to echo your thanks, Mayor, to the generosity of Cedar Valley Church and all of the others who have donated to our city and done their own acts of kindness. We've gotten several donations to Creekside, and then several donations to our police department, including a very generous donation of $10,000 from an anonymous donor. So, as always, I hope staff will send out the appropriate thank you notes. And with that, I will move to accept the donations as listed.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Martin to accept donations, in particular that wonderful donation by Cedar Valley Church. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
And Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0, and with heartfelt thanks. So, very good. We're going to move on, and we are going to move on to one of our timed items, which is item 8.1, which is a public hearing. It's an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of GOPIR bonds 2020 Series 54. Ms. Economy Scholler, if you could lead us through this, thank you so much.
Mayor and Council. Let's see if we can get this up. What we have this evening is our annual public hearing for our set sale of our general obligation.
Lori, if I could interrupt you for just a second. You're showing your next slide and your notes and so on. Chris, can you help get this to a full screen presentation if you could, please?
Sure, certainly. Lori, if you look in the upper left, it says display settings. Over one more. There you go. Click on that and this says swap. I think you may, there we go.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is for general obligation permanent improvement revolving bonds. This would be Series 54. We have Kathy Aho from Baker Tilly, our municipal advisor firm, and Julie Eddington from Kennedy and Graven, our bond counsel firm, are both on the phone with us this evening. The city is one of 40 municipal advisors. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. The city has 3 AAA ratings from Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's. We will be seeking the 3 ratings again this fall for this bond issue. We are one of 40 municipal governments nationally that have this rating. So this evening will be the public hearing for the general obligation bonds. We advertise this hearing for $6,500,000 worth of bonding. At this point, once we've gone through the numbers and we've netted out approximately 20% of prepayments of the assessments, we brought the amount down to $5,840,000. Historically, we tend to have prepayments in the 35% range, but with COVID, we've brought that down to 20%. Should we receive quite a bit of prepayments at the time we sell the debt, we will restructure this to a lower amount. We have credit rating calls on October 12th and the 26th. And then on November 9th, we would sell the bonds and award it to the low bidder. Also on that day, we would be doing a refinancing of our, and that would be a 2020 B series for $1,975,000. This would be a crossover refunding, and it's refunding our 2011 B series bonds. This is an obligation that we have for the HRA, and those are refunding bonds from 2003 and 2004. Those bonds would mature in 2032. We anticipate over $200,000 worth of savings on that refinancing. For the payment management project, the total costs were $9.4 million. We're bonding for the $5.8 million. The utilities, the prepayments, and others will pay just under $3.6 million. So for these bonds, it would be a term of 10 years. Estimated interest costs, lowest we've ever seen, and that's at just over 1%. The assessments, again, will be over 10 years. Council adopted the project back in 2019 and awarded the contract this spring. The project commenced this summer, and taxes and assessments will repay the bonds. So just checking to see if there's any questions from council. There's also, again, Kathy Alpha from Baker Tilly and Julie Eddington from Kenny and Graven on the phone. Should you have any questions on this bond sale?
Council, any questions? And to recap, this is a general obligation bond issuance for our pavement management program. And it's an important thing that we do every year with the pavement management program to keep our streets in good condition and in good condition for the long haul. And we do it in this way because it's the most cost-effective way to do it as well. So, council, questions? Hearing no questions from the council, this is a public hearing. So with that, I would like to open this public hearing, which is an ordinance authorizing issuance and sale of general obligation PIR bonds 2020 Series 54. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line who wishes to speak to item 8.1?
One moment. Jerome?
Yep, if you wish to speak for agenda 8.1, please press star 1. Again, if you wish to speak for agenda, please press star 1. And I think no one else will want to speak for this agenda. Please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is item 8.1, and I just want to make sure, again, as we've got a lot of folks and a lot of moving parts for this meeting, I want to make sure, are there any folks, one last call, anybody, item 8.1, who would like to speak on this? Perhaps we could check one more time, Ms. Wilson?
Jerome, the mayor is interested in having one more call for agenda item 8.1, please.
Thank you. Again, if you wish to speak for agenda number 8.1, please press star 1. And no one else press star 1, please continue.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, I'm seeing name 41 where it says there's feedback requested on our screens here.
Feedback requested.
On the screen in front of me here, it's showing an exclamation point, a name, and then in parentheses 41 feedback. Anything? And I heard somebody try and pop in, I believe.
Councilmember Lohman, did you start to speak a moment ago?
Yep, I was going to move to close the public comment.
Oh, very good. So there was you, Councilmember Lohman. So I just wanted to make sure. We weren't leaving anyone behind, again, with all that we've got going on. So hearing and seeing no one coming forward, looking for a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Lohman?
So moved.
Second, Coulter.
We have a motion by Lohman and a second by Councilmember Coulter to close the public hearing. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter? Councilmember Carter?
Aye.
Thank you. Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. Council, any discussion regarding this? This is our authorization of issuance of general obligation bonds 2020 Series 54. Any further discussion? If not, we have a series of 3 motions that we would need. Council, I would look for those motions.
Mayor, I'd be happy to offer those motions. Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Lohman, please.
Move to adopt a ordinance authorizing the issuance of $5,840,000 general obligation permanent improvement revolving fund bonds of 2020 Series 54.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the ordinance authorizing the issuance of $5.84 million of general obligation permanent improvement revolving fund bonds of 2020 Series 54. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'd move to adopt a resolution directing summary publication of the ordinance authorizing issuance of $5.8 million to go permanent improvement revolving fund bonds of 2020 Series 54.
Second, Martin.
We got a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin for summary publication. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And Councilmember Lohman, one more if we could, please.
Move to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation permanent improvement revolving funds bonds of 2020 Series 54 in the aggregate principal amount of $5.8 million.
Second, Martin.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the bonds. Council, any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. And as I said, our pavement management program, an important part of keeping our city streets working and up to date and as efficient and as effective and just as usable and as long lasting as possible. So thank you much for that. With that, we'll move on to item 6, which is our consent business. And as I mentioned earlier, Councilmember Carter has the consent agenda this evening. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have received requests to hold 6.5, 6.6, and 6.16. So at this time, I'll ask if there are any other last minute requests to hold. I think I heard from everybody prior to the meeting. So hearing none, those requests were made by Councilmember Beloga. So at this point, I would move to approve 6.2 to 6.4 and then 6.8 through 6.15.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Lohman. I think we may have omitted item 6.7, Councilmember Carter. I think you might have jumped over it. You went right to 6.8. Yes.
I'm sorry, correction then, 6.7 to 6.15. I have to restate all of that again?
No, I think if you just offer the correction and if our seconder is okay with it.
Not a problem.
Very good. We have a motion and a second to accept the consent business as listed. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Bowman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.5,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Beloga.
I want to address 6.5 and 6.6 together. And what the purpose of my asking for these to be held is that this is for the overlay project for 2021 and the street reconstruction project for 2021. These do not mean, for those out in the public watching, that this is a done deal. What it really means is that for the overlay project, we're looking at these streets for the potential of overlay in 2021. Same with the pavement management program, the reconstruct. It allows staff opportunity to go forward to begin the engineering that it takes to do these kinds of projects, so that if they do go forward, the opportunity to have timely completion of the work is already there. Having said that, we have not completed the budget process. And for one, I am not certain that all of this will fit within the budget. So as we go through the budget, this will be an area of discussion. But I want to let people know that this is being worked. So if there's any questions, if not, I will move item 6.5 and 6.6 for adoption.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
We got a motion and a second, and I believe we have a question by Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's not as much of a question as a comment, but when we approved 108th place for construction, we committed to that neighborhood to come back and revisit 108th, which is on item 6.6 for reconstruction. They had concerns about the traffic in that neighborhood. And we said after that project was built, before we did the reconstruction, we would look at the actual traffic and meet with them. And I just want to make sure that people know that there is a meeting being scheduled, I believe for Wednesday, October 28th, specific to that 108th Street. There's also a meeting on Thursday, the 29th in general for that program. And I think invitations are going out on the 16th, if I'm not mistaken. And I would just ask, if at all possible, to expand the area of those invitations to include that entire neighborhood to the south, if that's possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Mr. Verbrugge, possible to expand the notification of the meeting that's going on?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson, I think I'll invite in Public Works Director Keel to just give us a quick touch base on what kind of notification usually goes into these.
Mr. Keel, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Generally, the notification is pretty limited around the actual construction project, but we can certainly expand it to add the additional people in the neighborhood, as Councilmember Nelson had suggested. We will do that.
Thank you very much. That was my only comment. So
very good. Council, additional questions or comments regarding this? We do have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept items 6.5 and 6.6 on the consent agenda. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.16, Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to point out on this that this is a collective bargaining agreement that staff has worked to gain consensus between the city and the bargaining unit, and that with the times, this includes a 0 increase for the year 2021. And wanted to point that out so that the residents know that city staff is also participating to help fill the budget issues that the city is facing. So with that, I will move to approve item 6.16.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
A motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to approve item 6.16 in our consent agenda. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We can move on now to item 7 on our agenda, which is the public comment period. The public comment period is a 20-minute period at each council meeting where we allow our residents to address the council for up to 5 minutes on items not on tonight's agenda. And we've made it clear that we listen. This is an opportunity for the council to take input from the community. We generally don't offer feedback at the time. We do wait for the following meeting when Mr. Verbrugge offers a response and a feedback to the previous public comment period in the meeting previous to the one that we're in now. And we will get to that in just a second. But item 7.1 is the response to the previous meeting's public comment period. And Mr. Verbrugge, if you could, please.
Mr. Mayor and council members, our last regular meeting when we had public comment scheduled was on September 14th. We did not have any members of the public that provided comment to the city council. No response warranted at this time.
Thank you much. So with that, I will open tonight's public comment period. Again, a 20-minute period. Residents may address the council on any item not on tonight's agenda for up to 5 minutes. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone who wishes to speak to the council this evening?
Let me check, Mr. Mayor. Jerome, this is Chris. Do we have any callers that wish to speak to agenda item 7.2, the public comment period?
All right. If you wish to speak for this agenda, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. Again, that's star 1 on your telephone keypad. We have the line of Lori Aho, who wishes to speak for this agenda. Your line is now open.
Thank you.
Good evening. If you could, please, if you could restate your name, please, Ms. Aho, and we'll, if you could, just for the record.
Sure. My name is Lori Aho, delighted Bloomington resident. I just wanted to call in. I attended the recent community conversation on the racial equity business plan put on by Councilmember Martin and Faith and Emily. And first of all, I just wanted to say thank you for putting on these events. And I hope everyone has a chance to attend one and check out the work that these guys are doing to put this plan together. I also listened to the plan presentation on the study session on, July 13th, and found it really compelling. So I just wanted to call in and really encourage the council to make a meaningful investment in this work, not just because it's the right thing to do, but as is usually the case, doing the right thing contributes to the social and economic health and stability of our community. We've kind of seen over and over, and it seems like as a country we have a really hard time learning this lesson, that when we fail to do the right thing, we pay for it anyway, like exponentially and over the course of generations. And I really think that Bloomington has an opportunity to lead on this. And I don't recall if we've seen actual dollars thrown out there on this yet, but within the full spectrum of our city's budget, I think that an additional few dollars or $10 or whatever it is for a household over the course of a year, I think that's an ask that residents are ready for, even in our current challenges. The work is just really important. And like I say, we absolutely will pay for it anyway, one way or another. So we might as well pay for doing the right thing. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And also, there's something that I heard in the community conversation from several people besides myself, that there are a lot of us as community members who really want to be engaged in doing the work of dismantling systemic racism. And so any opportunities, educational opportunities, service opportunities, there's just a lot of interest out there. So Please keep all of that in mind when you're considering the plan, and just know that there's a large contingent of the community that's really supportive of this work and is ready to stand behind it and jump in whatever way is needed. So that's all I've got. Thanks for your work, you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Aho. Appreciate your comments.
No more wishes to speak. You may continue.
Jerome, can you make one more call for agenda item 7.2, please?
Sure. If you wish to speak for agenda 7.2, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. Again, that's star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one presses star 1. You may continue now.
Very good. We'll leave the public comment period open here for a couple more minutes, and I'll make one final call here shortly. But as of now, we will move on our agenda, and we will move to item 8.2, which is public hearing. And it's a public hearing to adopt the resolution approving assessment roll 2020-1. And this is the assessment roll for our pavement management program, street reconstruction project, and the East Bloomington Freeway Improvement Project. And Mr. Hanson is going to lead us through this. Good evening, Mr. Hanson, and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Let me share my screen here real quick. All right. Good evening. As Mayor mentioned, my name is Brian Hanson. I'm Development Coordinator here at the City of Bloomington. Also presenting with me this evening will be Cecilio Santana. He is the project engineer for the PMP projects. Tonight's presentation, we will touch on both the 2020 PMP project as well as the 2019 PMP project for the Aldridge area, Aldridge neighborhood. As you might remember, last year, the assessments for this neighborhood were deferred until 2020 as construction didn't commence in 2019. And that construction has since taken place in the spring of 2020. And those properties are now also before you this evening as assessment roll 2020-2. The streets that are included in the Aldridge area or Aldridge neighborhood include Aldridge Avenue, Bryant Avenue, DuPont Avenue, Colfax Avenue, and West 80.5 Street. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cecilio Santana to begin tonight's presentation.
All right, thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor Bussey, council members.
Good evening, welcome.
Just wanted to go through and cover a timeline of the public meetings that we've had as well as some of the contact that we've had with the public in pursuit of this project. So beginning last fall for these projects, we sent out estimated assessment notices in late October. Those estimated assessment notices also included invitations to informational meetings that were held in our public works buildings. Those meetings were held in anticipation of a public hearing that took place on November 18th of last year. At the time, the projects were ordered. And this year, during construction, we sent out various notices to the residents informing them of safety to consider during construction, as well as some additional information explaining the PMP program overall, as well as some guidance on maintaining their sod that is installed with our projects. On September 15th, the final assessment notices were mailed with additional invitations to informational meetings. These pop-up meetings were held at local parks adjacent to the neighborhood where construction took place. This was done to keep in line with our safety practices during this pandemic. And that brings us to tonight for the assessment hearing. Similarly, for the Aldridge area, this work, however, began back in the fall of 2018 when the estimated assessment notices were mailed with the invitations to the informational meetings. Then looking at last fall, in early October, when we realized that construction was not going to occur in 2019, notices of the assessment postponement were sent to residents of the Aldridge area to inform them of the postponement. This would lead to the meeting on October 7th, where with the council decision to postpone the assessment and also to lock in the rates for the construction to take place in the spring of 2020. Again, when construction took place In the spring of 2020, handouts were sent to the residents to inform them of the work as well as some guidance to construction. And that coincides now with the timeline that we're on, with the final notices of assessment being sent on September 15th and having an additional pop-up meeting at Bryant Park near the Aldrich area. Before we move on to covering the assessment rates that we have for this year's projects, I want to just give a little overview of our pavement management program. Beginning in 1991, the city implemented its pavement management program as a way to manage over 340 centerline miles of road. Prior to the implementation of the PMP, there was no formal plan in place with only sporadic maintenance. Had we continued this, it would have led to a degradation of the roads and eventually failure of the system, of our roadway system. As a way to reduce the overall cost of our streets, we've adopted the mantra of taking the right action at the right time. We do this by having our street maintenance staff walk our 340 miles of road every 3 years. We then use their inputs that they gather, such as the measurement of the cracks, the amount of rutting or potholes that can be found on the street. Those are put into a database to produce a pavement condition index number, a rating from 0 to 100, with 100 being a brand new road and 0 being a road in dire need of reconstruction. We then use those PCI values to help us prepare forecasts for future years. We then take those forecasts and assemble a project for any given year. We typically try to do 3.5 to 4.5 miles of road as a way to achieve economy of scale. We do this to keep the cost of the assessments down, as well as keep costs down for all of the taxpayers in the city. The way that the assessments are broken down are that it's a cost share with the adjacent properties to the project, with single and 2-family households paying 25% of the cost, and all other property types such as commercial and multifamily units paying 50% of the cost. Through the pavement management program, we use a variety of construction techniques in order to achieve the maintenance and management of our roadways. A project like the one we're discussing tonight, reconstruction projects, involves the complete removal and replacement of the existing pavement. This means digging down to the existing soils, placing a new aggregate base. If there isn't any curb and gutter existing, the new curb and gutter is placed on our local roadways. If there are existing curb and gutter, we will spot, remove, and replace areas that have been damaged or are no longer conveying the flow of water. During these projects, we also look to improve our storm sewer systems. This project is done by a contract that's hired by the city. Our next project is another one of our annual PMP projects, is our overlay, where it involves grinding off a portion of the pavement, usually about 1 3/4 to 2 inches in depth. With this project, we also look at replacing, removing and replacing areas of curb and gutter or sidewalk that are in need of replacement. And we follow this up with the paving of a new layer of asphalt. This work is also done by a contractor that's hired by the city. Then for some of our in-house maintenance, we have an annual seal coat project that involves applying an asphalt emulsion that is then layered with aggregate rock. The rock is then left to be compacted over several days, and then the excess rock is swept. This is typically done by our city's maintenance department. In recent years, we've added trail construction and maintenance to our PMP program, and we look to maintain our system of trails by doing reconstruction projects where we remove and replace the pavement, as well as some other maintenance techniques as crack sealing and fog sealing. This can be done either by the city's in-house maintenance staff or by a contractor. Now, to cover the way we look at the roads and what the degradation is, and the reason that we have our pavement management program. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see what we can expect with the roadway if we were to just reconstruct it and put off any kind of routine maintenance to it. We would see that over the course of about 20 years, we would be in need of another reconstruction project. On the right-hand side of the screen, we have what we aim to do with our pavement management program by applying routine practices. Again, with the level 100 of a new construction of a new road with routine seal coats, we can see that eventually, as the condition of the road drops to a level of an overlay, usually the range of 50 and below is where we would use a maintenance technique like an overlay to increase it back up to a level of 100 or the condition of a new roadway. However, there is diminishing returns on this, which is why we can anticipate that there will eventually need to be another reconstruction as we get near a span of about 70 years. It is important to consider that this is on a spectrum. There are a lot of external factors that play a role. In areas where we have sandy soils that provide excellent drainage, we can see the lifespan of the road go beyond this, as well as areas where we have more cohesive soils, such as clays, we would see the roadway be truncated by as much.
Thank you, Cecilio. I'll take over now and talk about some of the special assessment items here tonight. Minnesota State Statute 429 is what gives cities the ability to assess for certain infrastructure projects. The City of Bloomington's policy has been in place since 1962, and our assessments are based on an adjusted front footage. And the purpose of this is to equate all lots, regardless of shape, to a rectangular lot. So the adjusted front footage is really a function of the area of the lot and not necessarily how much of that lot may front that particular roadway. This allows us to treat corner lots, odd-shaped lots, shallow lots, and other different shaped lots as though they are rectangular lots to try to spread out the assessments equally amongst all of the lots that are subject to an assessment. Other cities use special assessments and utilize special assessments to fund infrastructure improvements, and other cities' assessment rates vary from city to city. So now looking at the cost breakdown for the 2020 PMP project, which also includes the East Bloomington Freeway Improvement Project. Before you right now, you can see the total project cost came in at just over $8.2 million. The project included surfacing, curb and gutter, utilities work, and traffic improvements. For this year's project, only surfacing and curb and gutter improvements were subject to assessment. So for the surfacing, the total cost of the surfacing improvement with the 2020 PMP came out to just over $3.4 million. So to determine the 100% rate, what we would do is take that total cost of that improvement and divide by the total AFF of all properties subject to this assessment. And then when you divide that, you get a 100% rate. So this would be the rate that would need to be charged to each property subject to a surfacing assessment to cover the entire cost of that surfacing improvement. However, as Cecilio mentioned previously, in Bloomington, we assess at a 50% rate for non-single and two-family homes. And doing that math, you see that rate came out to be $56.06 per AFF. And then for single and two-family homes, we assess it at 25% rate, and that came out to be $28.03 again per AFF. So doing the same calculations using the total curb and gutter cost, which came out to just over $1.5 million, to calculate that 100% rate, again, we would take that total improvement cost divided by the AFF of all properties subject to that assessment. And I would point out here that you'll see that that number, that 18,000 number, is less than the number that was used for the surfacing. That is because in Bloomington, our policy is to assess properties when curb and gutter is installed initially. So if there was already curb and gutter installed on a street on this year's 2020 PMP project, those properties would not be subject to a curb and gutter assessment, only a surfacing assessment. Whereas if there was streets, if your street did not have curb and gutter in place prior to the 2020 PMP project, you would be subject to that curb and gutter assessment, which is why you see the difference in those two AFF numbers there. So using that math, we would get that $85.56 again for that 100% rate. And then subsequently, the 50% rate came out to $42.78, and the 25% rate came out to $21.39 per AFF. And now looking at the 2019, again, as Cecilio mentioned, this project, this is the 2019 PMP, and the total project cost for this came out to just under $7.8 million. Again, the project included surfacing, curb and gutter, utilities, and traffic improvements. We only, again, assess for surfacing and curb and gutter with this project. So again, doing the same math, the surfacing improvement came out to just over $3.6 million. Dividing that by the total AFF of properties subject to the surfacing assessment, that comes out to an assessment of $96.02 at that 100% rate. So for 50%, that came out to $48.01 per AFF, and the 25% rate came out to $24.01 per AFF. Doing the same exercise for the curb and gutter, which was a total of just over $2.5 million for that improvement in the 2019 PMP. And again, you'll see that lower AFF for the curb and gutter, as there were streets that were included in the 2019 that already had curb and gutter in place. So those properties weren't subject to this assessment. That 100% rate comes out to $107.01. And the 50% rate came out to $53.51. And the 25% rate came out to $26.75. It's important to point out that these rates were locked in last year. So even though the Aldrich area of the 2019 PMP is being assessed this year in 2020, the remainder of the 2019 PMP project that was assessed in 2019 was assessed at the exact same rates that the remaining streets for the 2019 that are being assessed this year were assessed at. And now we can talk about some payment options here. Typically, prepayments are due by November 29th of that year, unless the date November 29th falls on a weekend, which it does this year. In that case, we push that date back to the last business day prior to November 29th. With this year, though, we run into the Thanksgiving holiday on Thursday and then that Friday. So actually, this year's prepayment date ends up being Wednesday, November 25th, 2020. So any property subject to an assessment this year has until November 25th, 2020 to pay the whole amount to avoid any interest being applied to their assessment. They also have the option to pay a partial payment, any amount over $100 or more. And again, whatever they pay over that $100 would not be subject to assessment. Any remaining balances are automatically spread out over 10 years with interest and applied to the property tax statement. So whatever doesn't get paid prior to November 25th of 2020 automatically gets turned over to the county and included on the property tax statement for the property. Again, the rates were set in 2019 at 5.5%. And for the 2020 assessments, the rate was set at 5%. And that rate is set by the bonding cost of that particular year. As I mentioned, if any balance is rolled over onto the property taxes, the first time that balance would appear would be on the May 2021 property tax statement. And if they were to pay off their assessment in those equal payments over the course of those full 10 years, the last payment would appear on the October 2030 property tax statement. After November 25th, the only payment options available are to pay the amount due with your property tax bill that you receive, or to pay off the remaining balance in full. The county does not accept partial payments after that prepayment period ends. So they only accept the payment due at that property tax statement or the total payoff amount at that time. The city does offer a hardship deferral. It's important to point out this is not a forgiveness of the assessment, but rather a deferral. And in order to qualify for the deferral, an applicant must, I guess before I get back to that, I'm sorry. It just does defer the assessment until the house is sold or the owner no longer qualifies for the deferral program. It's important to point out that interest does still accrue on that unpaid balance as long as the assessment is in deferral. And in order to qualify for the deferral program, the applicant must be a senior or must be retired by virtue of permanent disability and must also meet low income and house value requirements. Lastly, there is an appeal process that is stated again in Minnesota State Statute 429, and this is done through district court at the state level if a homeowner wishes to appeal the assessment. So in summation, as Cecilia mentioned before, this is the right action at the right time. The PMP project helps prolong pavement life. It keeps the city's infrastructure in good condition. It maintains or increases property values and reduces the overall cost of maintenance of the street network. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you. Council, questions of staff here? Council, questions of Mr. Hanson or Mr. Santana on this? Seeing no one and hearing no questions coming forward, this is a public hearing, and I'd like to open this public hearing now. This is a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving Assessment Roll 2020-1. Now, the way we've done this in the past, and it's a little different now online, but the way we've done it in the past when we've had people in the council chambers is to try to break it down by reference number. And I think that might be the way to go here, depending on how many people we have online who wish to talk about this. Because if there's a large group, I'd like to talk about this section by section. So, Ms. Wilson, is there any way to get an idea of how many folks are willing or hoping to speak on this specific issue?
No way to tell overall.
All right. Let's break it down in this way if we could then. Why don't we break it down by reference number and by street section? So if we could call the first area on Briar Road from West 96th Street to West 94th Street. This would be reference number 1. So if there are any callers who wish to speak on Briar Road from West 96th Street to West 94th Street, and then just for everybody's information, we're going to work our way down through all 14 and take people one by one, take groups one by one.
Jerome, do you have any callers that wish to address this item as described by the mayor?
And if you wish to speak for this item or agenda, please press star 1. Again, if you wish to speak for this agenda, please press star 1. No one presses star 1, you may continue.
The next group, Mayor?
So we have no one speaking for reference number 1, so let's move to reference number 2, which is Briar Circle, West 96th Street to its terminus on the east end. So Briar Circle, West 96th Street to terminus east.
Jerome, do we have any callers for this agenda item, specifically reference group number 2?
Again, listeners, if you wish to speak for this agenda, please press star 1. No one presses star 1, you may continue.
Thank you. So I'd like to call reference number 3 now, which is West 96th Street from Nesbitt Avenue to Briar Road. West 96th Street from Nesbitt Avenue to Briar Road. Please.
Jerome, any callers for reference group number 3?
And again, if you wish to speak for this item or group, please press star 1. No one presses star 1, you may continue.
Very good. We'll move on to reference number 4. Reference number 4 is West 98th Street Service Road from Rich Road to Harrison Road. Once again, the West 98th Street Service Road, West 98th Street Service Road from Rich Road to Harrison Road. Jerome, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on that section?
Again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you, Jerome. We'll move on to reference number 5, which is Overlook Drive from Xerxes Avenue to Overlook Circle. That's Overlook Drive to Overlook Drive from Xerxes Avenue to Overlook Circle. Jerome, would anyone like to speak to reference number 5?
And again, if you wish to speak for this item, you may please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Reference number 6, which is West 112th Street from Xerxes Avenue to Upton Avenue. West 112th Street from Xerxes Avenue to Upton Avenue. Jerome, please.
If you wish to speak, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you. Our reference number 7 is Washburn Avenue, West 112th Street to West 110th Street. Reference number 7 is Washburn Avenue, West 112th Street to West 110th Street. Jerome, could you please see if there's anyone who wishes to speak on this?
And again, if you wish to speak for this, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Section number 8, which is Vincent Avenue from West 112th Street to West 110th Street. Section reference number 8, Vincent Avenue from West 112th Street to West 110th Street. Jerome, do we have any callers?
And again, if you wish to speak for this item, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1, you may continue.
Reference number 9, which is Upton Avenue from West 112th Street to West 110th Street. Upton Avenue, West 112th Street to West 110th Street. Jerome, do we have any callers for that section?
And again, if you wish to speak for this, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1, you may continue.
Thank you. Number 10, section number 10, reference 10, which is Valley High Drive, Humboldt Avenue to River Terrace. Valley High Drive, Humboldt Avenue to River Terrace. Jerome, do we have any callers?
If you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1, you may continue.
Reference number 11, which is West 107th Street from Humboldt Avenue to River Terrace. West 107th Street from Humboldt Avenue to River Terrace. Jerome, please.
If you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1, you may continue, Mayor.
Reference number 12, which is Verde Road, West 107th Street to West 106th Street. Verde Road, West 107th Street to West 106th Street. Jerome, do we have any callers?
And again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1. No one press star 1, you may continue, Mayor.
We will move on to reference number 13, which is River Terrace Drive to West 106th Street. Street name is River Terrace, and the section is from River Terrace Drive to West 106th Street. Jerome, do we have any callers?
And again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1. No one press star 1, you may continue, Mayor.
And our final section is section number 14, reference 14, East Bloomington Freeway, West 106th Street to West 99th Street. East Bloomington Freeway, West 106th Street to West 99th Street. Jerome, do we have any callers?
And again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. And no one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Very good. I just want to make one final call. If anyone is calling in right now looking to speak on item 8.2, which is a public hearing to adopt the resolution approving assessment roll 2020-1, this is your last call. Any of the sections on item 8.2. Jerome, if you could make one last call for anybody on item 8.2.
Thank you, Mayor. If you wish to speak for item 8.2, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Jerome. I appreciate it. So I wanted to do that, and I wanted to go section by section, and I wanted to make sure that we had everybody, every opportunity, that we didn't lose anybody from a technical glitch or some sort of technology issue or something or another. But Council, it doesn't seem as though we have anybody calling in to comment on item 8.2. So with that, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 8.2.
So moved, Beloga.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 8.2. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. Now, Council, additional discussion or questions? Or, if none, I'd look for a motion on item 8.2.
Mayor, hearing none, I will move to adopt a resolution approving assessment roll 2020-1.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the resolution approving assessment roll 2020-1. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bustia?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We can move on now to item 8.3, which is going to sound familiar, I believe. It's a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving assessment roll 2020-2. Mr. Hanson, our development coordinator, you're going to lead us through this again, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to do this again. I guess it was my understanding that we were going to give the presentation once to address both item 8.2 and 8.3 at one time. But if you would like me to go through the presentation, or Celia and I would be happy to do it again.
Mr. Hanson, I would not like you to go through the presentation again the second time tonight. I'm sorry for that misunderstanding, and I appreciate your willingness to clarify that for me.
No problem.
So that being said, we're going to open the public hearing as soon as I get to it here in 1 second. If I can find it, stand by. So with that, Council, I would like to, Council, are there any questions on assessment roll 2020-2? If not, I would like to open this public hearing. This is a public hearing to adopt the resolution approving assessment roll 2020-2. And I'm sorry if it's getting a bit tedious, but we're going to follow the same procedure as we did last time to make sure that anybody who has an opportunity or wants an opportunity will be able to speak up specifically on the section that they have a concern on. So, Council, I would direct you to Council Packet page 173, I believe, which is the list of streets. It's Exhibit A, which is the list of streets. And I'm hoping somebody will correct me if I'm off kilter here. It is the list of streets. And so I would like to call individually, this is a shorter list, but this would be for 2020-2. This is reference number 12, which is West 80th and a half Street, Emerson Avenue to Aldrich Avenue. West 80th and a half Street, Emerson Avenue to Aldrich Avenue. Do we have any callers for that? Jerome, can you call for callers, please?
Sorry, I was unmuted. If you wish to speak for this agenda or item, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Very good. On item reference number 13, and again, we're on item 8.3, reference 13, which is DuPont Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. DuPont Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Do we have any callers?
If you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Section 14, which would be Colfax Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Colfax Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Jerome, do we have any callers for that?
And again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one press star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you. Reference number 15, Bryant Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Bryant Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Do we have any callers for section reference number 15?
And again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1. No one press star 1. You may continue.
Very good. Our final section of the evening is reference number 16, Aldrich Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Aldrich Avenue, West 80th and a half Street to West 82nd Street. Do we have any callers for that section?
And again, if you wish to speak for this section, please press star 1. No one press star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Again, I'm going to make one final call. Anyone wishing to speak on item 8.3, which is our public hearing to adopt a resolution approving assessment roll 2020-2. whatever section you'd be interested in. If you are online to talk about item 8.3, this is your last opportunity to do so. Jerome, if you could please ask one last time if there's anyone who wishes to speak on item 8.3.
Sure, Mayor. If you wish to speak for item 8.3, please press star 1. No one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Very good. I see no one coming forward to speak on this public hearing. Council, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Coulter.
Second, Martin.
We got a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 8.3. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga? Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson? Can you unmute?
Aye.
I'm a good lip reader, but Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. With that, Council, are there any questions or any discussion about Assessment Roll 2020-2? If not, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I will make that motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Mr. Mayor, I will move to adopt a resolution approving Assessment Roll 2020-2.
Do we have a second?
I will second
Beloga,
that.
second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, and I heard a second by Councilmember Beloga to adopt the resolution approving Assessment Roll 2020-2. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. I appreciate your patience on that, Council, and anybody watching at home, because I know there's other things we want to get to. But I wanted to make sure in this time of this remote meeting that everybody who may have been available or wanted to speak on this had the opportunity. And I know in the past we have had a number of folks wishing to speak. So I just wanted to make sure and double check that we had every opportunity and people had every opportunity to speak on that last item. With that, I'm going to make one last call on our public comment period and see if there is anyone who wishes to speak on public comment. Jerome, if you could ask one last time if there's anyone who wishes to speak on item 7.2, which is our public comment period.
Sure. If you wish to speak for item 7.2, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. No one presses star 1. You may continue, Mayor.
Very good. With that, I will close our public comment period for this evening. And I will call item 8.4, which is a public hearing for the Penn City Townhomes redevelopment of 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue. And I know there's a lot of folks with a lot of interest in this. Mr. Johnson is going to kick this off for us, and we'll have the discussion. Good evening, Mr. Johnson. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me tonight. We'll share my screen so I can get my presentation up and running. Can you hear me okay?
You're coming through loud and clear, and your screen is being shared.
Great. So before you this evening, you queued it up for the Penn and 86th townhomes. There's a number of different entitlements associated with this application, so let's just jump right into it. The site in question, it's two properties, two single-family home sites zoned R1. They're highlighted in yellow at the northeast corner of Penn Avenue South and West 86th Street. So just to reorient everyone, Penn Avenue South is a arterial roadway, and West 86th Street is a major collector roadway. It's just to the north of Penn Lake Park. They are single-family residential uses surrounding these sites across Penn Avenue to the west, as well as to the north and to the east. So those are the two sites that we'll be looking at this evening. And again, they are zoned currently R1 single-family residential. Just in terms of some context setting, we have an oblique image here for you on the right side of the screen. The home that was previously located at the southerly site has been demolished. That's what the silt fence and erosion control was related to that demolition permit. But one thing that will jump out at you in this oblique image as well as in this these Google Street Views or these photography is that there's quite a bit of grade on this site. In fact, the site does have slopes upwards of 17% from the highest point, and it does relate to different aspects of the project that we'll be speaking about this evening. In terms of the entitlements or the applications before you this evening, just a reminder on the different levels of discretion associated with different zoning entitlements or actions. On the low end of things, you have a building permit where the city has very low discretion as long as you meet the Minnesota State Building Code. Similar premise on final site and building plans, for example, that's just code compliant. On the high end of the discretion pyramid would be comprehensive plan amendments and rezonings. So these are the types of actions that have the greatest level of city council discretion in terms of these actions. And so I just want to highlight that for everyone here again. This application does include a comprehensive guide plan amendment. What this guide plan amendment proposes is to re-guide the two subject properties from low density residential, which again is all our residential uses in the city between the density of 0 and 5 units to the acre, and proposes to re-guide to the medium density category, which is the 5 units per acre to 10 units per acre. So everything above 5 and capped out at 10. There's a lot of different components to how we evaluate a request for a comprehensive plan amendment, but mainly and chiefly what we do is we look at all of the strategies and goals of the comprehensive plan. Both the land use element and the housing element are the two key ones, and we look for guidance as it pertains to a specific situation. And so what we find with this site is that there are certainly some arguments to be made that this site is an appropriate site for the medium density category. There is some guidance in some respects that would oppose that viewpoint, but let's get into those. So the comprehensive plan guidance as it relates to medium density, it does clarify that medium density sites should be sited or located in an area with access to arterial collector roadways. And again, you do have West 86th Street and Penn Avenue with immediate access to both of those roadways at these sites. In terms of encouraging higher density residential categories than the low, and where do we cite those land uses? It does state that the comprehensive plan encourages those sites to be in locations that benefit from transit service and are close to amenities. So there is all-day bus service on Penn Avenue. We'll show you a slide of that. But also it does have access to Penn Lake Park right across the street. And so that's another amenity that would support the re-guiding of the site in terms of things in the immediate area. There's a lot of guidance in the housing element of your comprehensive plan that supports the development, not only the increase of the overall housing supply, but supports the development of a variety of housing types that can serve as life cycle housing. So serve different quadrants or different sectors of the residents in terms of providing higher density residential. So we go from multifamily, but also townhomes serve as an important component of the overall housing supply. They tend to be lower maintenance housing variety, which is attractive to some folks. And so the housing element does encourage not only increasing the housing supply, but also creating more variety, and that's to serve a variety of different residents. A final point, the applicant has noted in some of their materials as well as at the public hearing at Planning Commission that there could be a component of the development that may serve to be affordable homeownership opportunities to populations that are 110% of the area median income. The city hasn't been formalized in any way, so I don't want to put too much weight on that, just to identify that the applicant has made reference to the provision of some level of affordable housing, and certainly the comp plan does support that as well, but that's only more so in reference informal. So on the balance of these things that I mentioned before, the comp plan also does make reference, in fairness to an opposing viewpoint, that land use control should be used to protect the character of single family residential neighborhoods. There is also some additional information in the comp plan about sensitivity from an environmental standpoint, mitigating impacts to the environment and kind of the natural landscape, if you will. So I just want to identify those as well, just in fairness, but there is a fair amount of arguments to be made that re-guiding this site to the medium density category would be in keeping of the comp plan. So staff does support that, and that recommendation was reflected at Planning Commission. So getting on to the associated rezoning request, the site, as I said, is currently zoned R1. They're proposing to rezone the site to the R3. The R3 is a newer zoning district that was adopted in 2015. So if that is new to many of you, it's because it hasn't been adopted on any parcels in Bloomington as of yet. And the reason being is that there hasn't been any townhome development in Bloomington since 2005, to our knowledge. So the R3 district was adopted or developed with a specific intent to serve townhome developments. It does have a maximum density of 8 units per acre. So the project that we'll show you before or following these slides does cap out right at about that 8 units per acre. And so the associated rezoning request, similar to the comprehensive plan re-guide, is done in support of the townhome preliminary and final development plans. Just to note that I forgot on the guide plan amendment and the rezoning, without the guide plan amendment going forward and the rezoning action going forward, the development that you see before you this evening cannot go forward. So just an important note there from a sequence standpoint. So similar to the comprehensive plan guidance for the medium density category, staff does think this is an appropriate location for this zoning district. Again, you do have access to the collector and arterial roadways, and we talked about transit and the amenities as such. So just a point about that. As a way to kind of double check ourselves and in order to get a better understanding of townhome development that has occurred in Bloomington, as I said before, there hasn't been a lot of townhome development in recent years. So you've seen a lot of multifamily development and some single family, small subdivisions and other things, but townhomes we haven't done a lot of recently. So we took a look at 7 other townhome developments in Bloomington, and those are reflected as those green dots on the map. So they're scattered around town. The subject site is obviously the orange one, and what we wanted to look for with the developments that we selected was we wanted similar sized developments. So all the developments that we compared against were 30 units or less. So more on the smaller end of things. There are some larger townhome developments in Bloomington that have many units. We wanted the ones that were closer in size to what you're seeing before you this evening, and secondarily. All of the townhome developments that we compared against all but other single family residential properties like you have in this case. So that's how we filtered, or that's how we curated the list. We've gotten some questions about that. So in the staff report, we did provide a table. The 3 things that we wanted to evaluate with the comparison of these different developments was we wanted to take a look at their density. We wanted to look at if these developments have had secondary access. We wanted to look at whether or not they had access to arterial collector roads. The results are fairly mixed. On the density side of things, the project before you this evening, again, a 15-unit townhome on 1.88 acres would have a density of 7.98 units per acre. So it's on the higher end of the density spectrum of the developments we compared them to. There are 2 developments in this list of 7 that did have higher densities than what is before you this evening, but still on the higher end of the spectrum. You see some townhome development mostly in the 4 to 5 and maybe 6 units to the acre, and then you have the higher outliers. From a secondary access standpoint, we'll talk more about that when we get to the site plan and why that's important. But we wanted to look at secondary access. It seems that in the era of kind of more concentrated townhome development, there was less emphasis paid maybe in some cases to secondary access in terms of, with smaller developments, how critical it was to go forward. So there's many townhome developments that do not have secondary access. And then just from access to arterial collector, what we're really trying to suss out with that category is not only just from basic traffic distribution, but also how tucked back in the neighborhoods are some of these townhome developments in terms of having to increase traffic volumes on local residential streets shared by single family properties. So those are the things that we were really trying to look at. Ultimately, what we found by taking a look at these developments, again, that many of them didn't have secondary access, and that some of them, several of them, also did not have direct access to arterial collector roads. That being said, most were close to arterial collector roads. A few of them were tucked far back in a residential neighborhood. This isn't the end all be all with the analysis, but it's just a way of double checking some of our prior analysis as it relates to the re-guiding with the comprehensive plan and the rezoning. So just a little bit of information there. Get into the site plan before you this evening. Again, they've submitted preliminary and final development plans. They are requesting 2 deviations, which I will discuss, but there are 15 townhomes proposed. There's a 4-unit building proposed along West 86th Street, a 5-unit building framing Penn Avenue, and then there's a 6-unit building in the northeast corner of the site. They are proposing the full access for the site to be currently at West 86th Street, and they are proposing a half access at Penn Avenue. Again, that is a county facility, and we'll talk a little bit more about that half access, excuse me. All of the townhome units have a two-car garage, and all of the driveways have the ability to accommodate 2 cars on the driveway per our parking stall size standards that we would apply to this type of use. So each townhome unit should be able to accommodate 4 vehicles or off-street parking spaces if it had to. 6 guest parking stalls are proposed within this site plan. That was increased from a prior iteration of the plan that had 3 guest parking stalls. We've gotten some questions about guest parking as well as from the applicant. And there's a little bit of a balance to be paid there in terms of A, there's the available space, but B, also more additional guest parking, which may or may not go utilized frequently or all the time, does detract more from some of the open space as well. So there could be a little bit balance paid to there as that in terms of how much guest parking to provide. There are stormwater management facilities provided with this site plan. We'll talk more about that. And then the other thing I want to touch on is that there's a significant amount of grading and soil removal that would have to occur for this site plan to go forward. As I showed in the oblique aerial, as well as you saw in those street view or those site photos, there's quite a bit of grade on this site in order to make it function well, to meet engineering standards, to be able to treat and manage the stormwater, in order to get vehicles in and out of there at reasonable grades or slopes and have building pads. They do need to remove a lot of soil from the site, 18,000 cubic feet, according to the applicant's materials. So that's a lot of fill, to say the least. There is a platting action associated with this application. It's pretty straightforward. They would provide the 15 townhome lots with 1 common lot, which would be association owned and maintained, similar to other townhome developments. They would have to have an association that would handle joint capital improvements and property maintenance and those things. So the plat reflects that. Plat conditions are fairly straightforward and standard. They would have to pay park dedication for the increase in residential units associated with this project. Yes, there was one other point. Oh, just to note that you have to get the plat recorded at the county prior to the issuance of any building permits. So typical things associated with a plat. Get into the building design. One thing I forgot to mention with the site plan was some of the deviations that they're requesting. I should go back to that. Forgive me, Mayor. There's 2 deviations associated with this site plan that they're requesting. One is to reduce the front yard setback of the townhome structures from 30 feet, which is the R3 minimum along streets, to 20 feet. There's a couple of different reasons to do this. A, it presents a more urban design, I guess you could say, to frame the street. It does bring the structures closer. We will show the building elevations and materials to show you what that would potentially look like. but also it does provide very close pedestrian access to all of these units with unit sidewalks, which planning is supportive of and is a very nice feature. The other deviation, the final reason to support that deviation would be is that it does pull some of the development further away from single family uses to the north and to the east. So just a point about that. The second deviation that they're requesting is that city code, the sidewalk section of city code actually requires that all public entrances of new development buildings have a sidewalk connection to the public sidewalk network. Now, if you look at all of our old townhome developments, that's very few and far between in terms of sidewalks actually to the front door of every townhome unit. The sidewalk standards were adopted and developed, the intent of them not really applying so much to townhome uses, but more so to multifamily residential, commercial, industrial, other more high density or high intensity uses that must have a connection to the public sidewalk network. So they are requesting a deviation in terms of sidewalk connections just to the northeast buildings. So I apologize for backtracking there, but just wanted to identify what the two deviations they are requesting as part of the PDP and FDP. And just to note, otherwise, the site plans are code compliant with the exception of those deviations. So getting back to the building elevations, so you can see how these buildings are closer up to the street than the 30-foot setback. Again, a 20-foot setback allows for closer resident access via a sidewalk. You get kind of a front door design along Penn and along 86th, which we think is a benefit. The building materials of these townhomes is proposed to be brick and LP, like engineered wood type siding. The height of these structures, again, they're two-story structures, would be 24 feet in height. So it does meet the height requirements for the site as well. So again, the largest number of units in a single building is 6 units. You kind of see that reflected here in this building elevation. From the floor plans, fairly straightforward. Each unit does have single level living, or does have all the components of living on the main floor. Does have some bedrooms upstairs. I believe all the units meet a minimum of 2,000 square feet of 4-season living space, not including the garage. So just a note on that. So getting on to the other elements of the planning and zoning review, as I noted before, each unit of the townhome development can accommodate 4 parking stalls per unit. And so that, along with the guest parking stalls proposed, greatly exceeds our parking requirement for townhomes in terms of quantity. Just to circle back to guest parking, we don't have a minimum requirement for guest parking. And when we look at other townhome developments, it varies quite a bit in terms of what each development has. Some of them have about a half guest stall per unit or a third. This one is closer to a third. So just to keep that in mind. But overall, the parking quantity complies with city code. I want to note about overflow parking. There's been some questions given that West 86th Street and Penn Avenue are both arterial and collector roads, and they're both signed no parking. Some of our other townhome developments do have off-street, or I should say on-street parking opportunities in closer proximity to those developments. So that is a consideration with this development. Penn Lake parking, or the Penn Lake Park parking lot, is the closest opportunity for overflow parking. However, that parking lot is intended for park patrons only, and their overnight parking is prohibited at that park per city code. Other on-street parking opportunities would be Queen Avenue, Hague, or Penn Circle, which you can reach via sidewalk, but those are quite distance away. But just to not gloss over that issue of overflow parking, if a resident within the townhome development were to have a larger gathering or larger event, pre-COVID, maybe consideration, but regardless, that could result in some challenges from a parking standpoint internal to the development. Tree removal. We've gotten a lot of public comment and interest in tree removal. Again, similar to the soil removal and the significant grading. Tree removal is another significant element of what is proposed here. 102 trees would be removed from the site. I do note that 56 of the 102 trees removed are of prohibited varieties according to city code, and so that's ash and box elder. To work towards replacing some of what is being removed, the landscape plan does include a significant amount of new trees, and we will show you that as well right now, in fact. The landscaping plan has been updated since Planning Commission. There are more evergreen trees being planned along the northern boundary, and so I do want to touch on that. But overall, just from the city code quantity requirement, 32 would be trees would be required by code. 58 trees are proposed, so they are significantly exceeding the minimum code requirement, but again, in context with significant removals. And just to touch on that, just to reiterate that the tree preservation ordinance is applicable to single-family residential subdivisions. So I have gotten some questions from the public about tree preservation. That ordinance is applicable to single-family subdivisions, not townhomes. But just to hit that point. In terms of the amount of shrubs, they're greatly exceeding that requirement. They do comply with the maximum impervious surface. Staff is recommending a condition that although the amount of guest parking does not hit the minimum amount within city code for automatic screening, staff is suggesting a condition that this whole off-street or guest parking area be screened with a 3-foot screen. It does have some evergreens that would serve to do that, but this western area, again, due to this underground stormwater basin, may have some light trespass there to the northeast. So you could accomplish that with some more plantings or a small 3-foot fence. And then I mentioned that additional evergreens have been added to the north boundary. In a follow-up from the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant did provide this rendering of the northern property boundary. The northern image just shows what that property line would look like with evergreen trees. And again, there's single-family uses to the north here. And then he also provided an alternative screening plan that would include both a evergreen plantings as well as a cedar privacy fence. You can see there. So a couple ideas just for consideration. There's been questions about open space and density, but the townhome section of code R3, or the performance standards for townhomes, does require that 20% of the site be reserved for accessible and landscaped open space. So they are meeting that requirement, 33% of the site. Just to note that no formal play area is currently proposed for the development. Stormwater management, just to note, we do have Brian Greedle on the call in water resources. So if there's more granular or more technical questions as it relates to stormwater management, he's certainly available to assist me. But they are proposing 3 above ground facilities and 1 below ground facility. So you can see the above ground in blue and the underground in orange. The system is designed to meet the minimum requirements under Bloomington, the Surface Water Management Plan, as well as the requirements of the local watershed district. So they do have to retain a 1.1 inch event, and that equates to 90% of rainfall events falling under that 1.1 inches and below. And so there's been a lot of questions about stormwater impacts to Penn Lake, Upper and Lower Penn Lake. And that is a water body that is currently impaired under the state DNR designation. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is just that it just has a very large catchment area. So a significant portion of the Penn and 494 and 35W area all ultimately end up in Penn Lake. And a lot of that area of development was done prior to the current stormwater management regulations. And so there's a lot of phosphorus, there's a lot of sediment, there's a lot of things in Penn Lake. Just to note that this property represents a very small fraction of water originates from this property that does go into Penn Lake, but they are required to make reductions and treat the stormwater that falls on this site. And those reductions, again, would be in the sediment and phosphorus. And then finally, just to reiterate, a 9 Mile Creek Watershed District permit must be issued for this project prior to any grading or site disturbance activity. So that is a additional jurisdiction that has authority over the stormwater management of this site. Traffic, we do have Kirk Roberts on the call as well. So if there are more technical questions, he can certainly jump in to assist. But the trip generation manual for this type of use would anticipate 110 trips per day from a 15-unit townhome development. And that's 7 AM peak hour trips. So the greatest concentration of trips in the AM peak, 7 trips. And then the greatest hour of PM peak trips, again, sometime between 4 and 6 p.m., they would anticipate 8 trips. So 110 total. There's been a lot of concern registered from the public about traffic and the traffic levels in this area. I certainly don't want to dismiss that or lessen it. The Penn Avenue is in the scope of the broader arterial roadways in Bloomington. Penn Avenue is about an average arterial roadway. It does have 13,500 trips per day. So when you're talking about a 110 trip increase, that equates to less than 1% in terms of Penn Avenue. And that, of course, that assumption makes that all those trips would travel that way. But in terms of 86th Street is a lower volume by our collector road standards. There's collector roads in Bloomington that do have higher volumes than 86th Street. But again, 110 trips in the scope of 5,700 vehicle trips per day, talking about 2% increase. So I don't want to lessen, as I said, those concerns as they relate to or have been reported by the public. Just that more technical side of the analysis and how it relates to what the trip volumes are on Bloomington roadways. I do want to, Kirk asked me to pass along that the applicant did provide additional information on the driveway grades as well as site distance analysis. And both of those items that they provided as follow-up to this or to the Planning Commission meeting did pass muster with minimum standards, minimum traffic engineering standards regards to the driveway and the site distances. So they did look at those. Transit service, I mentioned before, this site does have access to all-day bus, Route 539. Previously was an hour service. It's my understanding that they have added additional rush hour buses in this area. This does connect the Best Buy campus with Normandale College and the Mall of America and South Loop area. So it is a very useful and significant bus line. So just to note that the bus stop is in very close proximity to the site. In terms of phasing, staff has been working with the applicant to better understand the phasing, and the concern being, or the wanting clarity being that once you construct let me back up. The site improvements would have to be constructed in a single phase. Each one of the townhome structures is proposed to be phased as they sell these units. And again, this is home ownership development. So the buildings themselves would be phased in multiple phases. And what staff wants to ensure is that as you actually have residents, if a certificate of occupancy was issued for, say, phase 1 and phase 3 is under construction, phase 2 and 3, for example, site access cannot be inhibited by construction activity. The fire department and emergency responders have to be able to access the site and not be blocked in or have any issues as it pertains to the construction activity. And in addition to that, with the significant site grading that I mentioned earlier, that will be significant site activity as well. And so for these reasons, staff is recommending a condition that a detailed construction phasing plan be provided for staff approval prior to any site disturbance activity. And that's just for the safety of the local residents, the construction folks, and for any future residents of this development as well. So access has to be managed. So back to the secondary access, there's been a lot of analysis and discussion with Hennepin County on this secondary access, currently shown as a right-in, right-out, a half access. So there's two things that we consider when we're talking about access with this development. One is access for emergency services. Certainly, when you have a larger ladder truck, let's just say for the fire department, when you have a larger vehicle that you get into a long dead-end development and there's no way out, it can be extremely difficult just to maneuver such a vehicle in an efficient and even safe way. It can be a hazard. And so there has to be a second way out of the development for these larger apparatus that the fire department and other emergency responders need to respond in case there is a safety or other type of emergency health in this development. And so that is one aspect of secondary access as it relates to emergency access. The second element is public access. And certainly this is something of greater focus to the planning division, the traffic division, others. Just from a planning perspective, developments always function better when there are multiple ways in and out of the development. In terms of just from a traffic distribution standpoint, say if one access is unavailable for a short period of time, there's always an alternative means to get out of the site or to enter the site. And so that is really the second reason for secondary access is just it's a better functioning development. Now, you have a review letter in your packet. Again, Penn Avenue is a county facility. So ultimately, they're going to have their say as far as what this secondary access looks like. And currently what their position is that they would permit an emergency access only on Penn Avenue. And so if that's the case, further work has to be done with Hennepin County in coordination with the city engineer and the fire marshal in terms of what this access looks like to, at a minimum, provide a emergency vehicle access for this area, secondary access. And so they're going to have a lot of discussion about how it's designed. How do you prohibit access from others? How do you discourage it? How do you sign it? How do you do things that will make it function as an emergency vehicle access only, should that go down that path? And so the condition that you'll see drafted and recommended by staff kind of leaves some discretion for those three parties to get together and work together in order to arrive at ultimately the best solution that will allow the development to function. If they can't come to some solution, then this development, unfortunately, would not go forward. So just a point about that and some of the nuances between why secondary access, and there's some competing interests at times between the different parties involved. So public comment, we've received a significant amount of public comment on this project. There has been a significant number of phone calls and a lot of written correspondence, mostly in the form of emails. We've received 31 emails from 29 different parties regarding this project. We tried to map out, some of the emails did not list an address, but where folks did leave an address, we did map out where a lot of the correspondence is coming from. So certainly some along Hague Drive, some along Penn, some along Queen. And so I think you just get kind of from a variety of the different neighbors in the area. One thing we've collected or anecdotally from our conversations with neighbors is that there have been some cut through traffic on Hague Avenue to the north. And so I think that's some of the concern is increased traffic on Hague Avenue. But overall, the concerns have been a variety, but fairly consistent between the different people that you talk to or that you've read correspondence from. So there's concerns about the impact of the neighborhood character. There's concerns about stormwater management and how it relates to Upper and Penn Lake. There is concerns about the significant tree and soil removal. Traffic is a concern. Park overuse, some have reported that concern, not many, but a few. There's concern about the density being proposed with this project. And then I get the sense that there's a lot of some migratory birds or waterfowl in the area, as well as other types of wildlife, and there's some concern about impacts to that as well. The applicant did submit a discussion thread from social media about this project in order to demonstrate that there is some positive comments about this project from the public. Staff has not verified any of the comments or, submitters. We haven't delved into that from a social media standpoint. And then as a follow-up to that, a member of the public did submit a petition to the city. I believe it was sent to you or shared with you. The submitter has reported to staff that they have over 575 signatures on the petition opposing the development. Staff has not evaluated that document in great detail as of yet. It was just received today. So I'm just sharing what was reported by the submitter on the quantity. Certainly no staff analysis done on the last two bullets on your slide. Just to reiterate, the emails that were received from the neighbors, those were all in, for the most part, opposition to the development. I do want to make one note that one emailer did request that a minimum of 20% of the development be affordable. It was tough to interpret if they were supportive of the development or in opposition, and not to pay too much attention to one, but it was the only comment that didn't follow these themes that I mentioned. So there was a request for affordable housing. The Planning Commission held a public hearing, and I know I'm going a little long here, so forgive me. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item on September the 10th. 6 members of the public spoke at that hearing in opposition to the development. There was a robust amount of discussion on the part of Planning Commission following closing the public hearing. And they went through, there was 4 members of the Planning Commission in attendance that evening, and they went through a number of different motions. There was a 1-3 vote, and there was multiple 2-2 votes. Long story short, there was a failure to reach a majority in any of the motions that they made that evening. To summarize kind of the positions of the planning commissioners in attendance, 2 members of the planning commission supported the affirmative staff recommendation for this case, and 2 of the members did not support the affirmative staff recommendation. So to boil it down in those more simple terms, 2 are in support of the development as shown, and 2 are not. Members who voted for denial in this case, their main concerns that they talked about or they cited for the public record was density, a lack of open space, as well as concerns around that Penn Avenue access. Again, site distance, design, traffic safety, those other things that others have raised concerns about with that access on Penn Avenue. So those were the 3 main factors that they were concerned about. Certainly maybe some discussion about impacts to neighbors and that character as well. So that was an overview of the Planning Commission review. Whenever there is a tie vote at the Planning Commission level, the Planning Commission fails to make a recommendation in a case. And when that occurs, the staff recommendation advances to the City Council for your consideration with the asterisk or the note that the Planning Commission was unable to make a recommendation in this case. So I do have multiple recommended motions for you this evening. Just to strongly reiterate, these are staff recommendations. The Planning Commission did not make a formal recommendation in this case. So I'm happy to take questions. I do have some additional slides if there are specific questions about site pictures and stormwater management and some other things, but I'm happy to take questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Council, questions on this? I see Councilmember Beloga with a question. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nick, I have 2 questions. I have received, this project is in the 3rd district, so I've received a high number of emails and calls on this. And I think you've done a good job of summarizing in your presentation the questions that have been presented with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. The first one is loss of property value. That's been a recurring theme on the emails I've received and calls I've received. Can you comment a bit on the history of developments, townhome developments that have gone in and what it does, or apartments? I know there hasn't been a townhome development in your tenure with the city, but what high density multifamily housing does to surrounding property values. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Mayor Councilmember Beloga, thank you for that question. It is a question that we do get from time to time regarding higher density development, particularly when it's in closer proximity to single family. I have spoken to the assessing division about that question in the past, and I want to caveat how I respond to that question to in terms of the broader trend versus the isolated singular property. I want to be very careful about that because I think the broader trend, what I've heard from assessing and as well as just doing some research myself on other projects that we've worked on, is that higher density development in closer proximity to single family residential does not have a significant impact on single family home values. But that's, that's a huge amount of data kind of in a large quantity analyzed on that broader trend. Now, that does not mean, I think, that in a individual or singular property, getting really down to that granular level, that it potentially could not impact the value of a singular single-family residential property. But I guess what I would say to that is that there is typically an implication that single-family properties further away from townhome development might have their values affected. I don't think that's the case so much. Again, I'm not a value professional or real estate professional as it pertains to value. But I think that that question or that consideration has greater gravity towards it in individual and particular properties that directly abut higher density development. In addition to, I think, development that is either poorly maintained or has other characteristics which may result in that. So I think the overall question is no. Can it possibly happen in individual circumstances close by? I think it's possibly yes. But it's a very complex and nuanced thing, I would say.
Nick, thank you. Appreciate the opinion. The second item is and I'm struggling a little bit to present this question because it's about density. And, I think that most people in the city have seen the density of the city increase. And so when they're looking at turning single family units into multifamily housing, what would the impediments be to a developer? And maybe I should be waiting and asking the developer of leaving these as single family lots and redeveloping them for those purposes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Beluga, thank you for that question. It's a good question. Just in this case, say if you wanted to create, subdivide, or just build single family homes on the two lots with two units, I think that is a more straightforward path. It is not circuitous. It's when you want to subdivide and add additional single family sites. There's a couple different factors there. A, the site is on arterial and collector roadways, so the county's not going to issue multiple driveway permits on Penn Avenue, for example. The city would be less inclined to do so on West 86th Street as well. And then, so say you were able to get some kind of private roadway in there to serve single family homes. There's also so much, I believe, grading and civil site work that needs to be done to this site to make that achievable, that it may not be feasible from an economics standpoint. But I certainly would encourage you to ask the developer that question as well.
Thank you. Last question is Nick, is this a little premature because we haven't got the Penn Avenue access sorted out yet? If we do approve it as a council, it's going to be rezoned, replatted, and if that cannot be worked through, what's the implications of that? Does the developer have to come back and seek a rezoning, or does he have to reconfigure now for, again, multifamily under R3?
Mr. Johnson.
Councilmember Beluga, that's a good question. Very fair question. If in terms of premature, the county has committed to working with the city on emergency vehicle only access. So that is kind of the, that's the, if they weren't able to get an emergency vehicle access on Penn Avenue, I think that that would be some type of death knell or fatal flaw for this design. The county has indicated that they are willing to do an emergency vehicle access only. It's just undetermined right now what the design looks like and how that will function. And that's why the condition recommended to you is a little bit open-ended to allow those parties to figure it out. But if they were unable to get a secondary access for emergency, even for emergency vehicles, then per that condition, this project could not go forward. It would have to be redesigned. It would have to be renoticed and go through a public hearing process back for city council action. If the county was unwilling to do the emergency vehicle access, then I don't think we would be recommending approval to you as part of this action. So yeah, I think I covered it. The public secondary access, it would be ideal to have a public secondary access, again, from a preferred or an improved planning and zoning and traffic distribution standpoint. But that is not a death knell, if you will, or a fatal flaw. Sorry, I shouldn't use that term.
I understand. Nick, thanks for your responses.
I see Councilmember Carter, then Councilmember Coulter, and Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have several questions, but I will just ask a couple kind of more high-level questions to start off with. So do we have any parcels in the city that are currently zoned R3?
Mr. Johnson.
Councilmember Carter, we do not. It was adopted in 2015 is when that district was developed.
And has the council or staff had any conversations about proactively identifying areas that we'd be comfortable moving to R3 versus being kind of more reactive like the situation we're in right now?
Mr. Johnson?
I don't believe so, Councilmember Carter. We do have areas in the city that are guided medium density residential in our comp plan that could be candidates for that zoning district, but I don't believe we have identified areas for proactive rezonings to R3.
Okay, thank you. And then for my benefit and the benefit of those watching, can you tell me the difference between R1 and R3 in terms of the types of residencies that can be built as well as how many?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Councilmember Carter, in the R1 district, you can construct single-family homes, obviously, and you can construct a limited amount of two-family dwellings. They cannot be grouped together without the approval of a planned development. So you'd have two dwellings with one shared wall. So that's really the maximum under the R1. I believe Councilmember Nelson may have sent us a question earlier. It's a good question. You know, all of our townhome developments in the city are currently zoned R1. And the reason they were approved that way is we didn't have a townhome specific zoning district at that time. And so the way the city did it back then was to just approve these projects with a planned development overlay. And so that's how the approvals went through back then. Currently, townhomes are not a permitted use in R1.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. So then in theory, if we left it R1, the property owner could come back with a proposal to build. I mean, he in theory could have almost 10 units of other types of housing on this property, just not necessarily they just couldn't be townhomes.
Mr. Johnson?
In theory, that sounds correct. I think the maximum number of units under the low density residential guidance would be 9 units. But that being said, there are minimum lot sizes in the R1 district, 11,000 square feet for interior lots, 15,000 for corner lots. So it gets into a little bit of a design and subdivision exercise in terms of how many lots you could get with, you know, in combination with some two-family dwellings. But what I would say is that if there was a grouping of two-family dwellings, that has to be approved by the city council through a plan development process, similar to what you're going through this evening.
Okay, great. That's helpful. And then I'll ask one more question and save the rest of my questions for later. Has the city staff or the developer or property owner calculated how much possible tax revenue this could bring into the city? Because I think one of the 3 questions for us to consider as a council as we think about whether or not we'd approve this change would be the public benefit associated with the rezoning. And so I'm curious, obviously the rezoning could be done without having any property tax income, but if we then approve the 15 townhomes, I'm just curious if you have calculated kind of what that rough estimated income for the city would be.
Mr. Johnson.
Councilmember Carter, we have not performed that calculation to my knowledge. Something along those lines probably could be calculated by our assessing division, and might be getting a little bit outside my lane, but there is increased tax revenue associated with the change. There's probably increased service costs associated with the change too. So, but that's probably getting out of my planning and zoning lane a bit, but we haven't, just a short answer, we haven't done a tax revenue calculation.
Okay,
to my knowledge.
Okay, I'll hold the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a few questions here, Nick, and to begin with, I just want to clarify the secondary access. You said this kind of quickly, so I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. The secondary access along Penn, that is not a requirement of the city. Is that correct? That it's or I guess I should say the city requires secondary access for emergency services only. It's not a requirement to have secondary access for residents there. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Coulter. What I would say is that at some point, depending on the number of units within a development, there's a tipping point where secondary access by public absolutely must be a minimum requirement. 15 units is probably under that tipping point for it to be a fatal flaw, if you will, to not allow public secondary access. But the fire department would not allow this to go through with only one access unless there was a turnaround, an emergency vehicle turnaround of some kind, which would cause significant revision to the plan before you this evening. So it is a requirement of the city that emergency vehicles able to get out of the site or have the ability to turn around. And so, yeah.
Yeah, so I think my broader point there is that if that secondary access were to be emergency services only, just like you said, that would, from the city's perspective, that would not necessarily make this proposal unfeasible. That's correct?
Unfeasible is a good word. Not ideal, yes. Unfeasible is a good word, yeah.
I'm not sure it's a real word, but we'll move on. So the questions that I've been getting a lot of, you touched on them earlier, but the most common things that I've been hearing about are first of all, stormwater and retention. And I know we didn't get into too much detail there, and I think you said Brian Riedel is on the line, so maybe he can touch on this. But I guess my question is maybe more so for the public, if we could get an explanation of the process of what that stormwater plan, what that approval looks like. And then if we could, possibly in general terms, sort of what the design, what the plan is, what that means in sort of practical terms, and specifically, if at all possible, what effect it would have on, I think it's Upper Penn Lake is probably the closer one there. Because I know I've heard from residents who have mentioned some flooding issues on their property, even if they're not directly next to this property, with concerns about what that might mean for Penn Lake.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I'm happy to attempt to answer that question. I don't know if Brian wants to step in and answer it probably more accurately than I will attempt to. So maybe Brian, if I say something out of school, certainly let me know. But I mean, the process to get approval is that their civil engineer has to submit multiple iterations of their stormwater management plan to our water resource staff, and they have to demonstrate compliance with meeting all of the various criteria, and they get put through multiple tests. One is for rate. One is, so that's just how fast water is coming off the site. One is volume, and one is quality, so water quality. This slide I have before you is submitted by the developer's engineer, and so this kind of represents where stormwater goes today versus where it would go post construction with the various stormwater facilities that I showed earlier. And so you know, the grading, making the site more flat. Currently, a lot of stormwater in the site goes to the north. That would be significantly reduced via this plan. They still have to work through how to, you know, address stormwater going towards the streets, of course, too. But from a locational standpoint of where drainage is going, the stormwater is going wherever it's going downhill, and it's going untreated. And so, you know, regrading the site will definitely change the pattern. Potentially to the benefit, but you know, certainly I don't want to speak out of turn there, Brian. And then from a quality standpoint, stormwater on the site is not treated, so it runs off the site. Whatever doesn't infiltrate on site, and again with higher slopes, less infiltrates, and then it goes to upper and lower Penn Lake untreated. So with these stormwater facilities, again, development in the 21st century, a lot of it, it has to be treated to a certain quality, and there has to be a certain amount of reduction of phosphorus and sediment. Brian, is there anything you wanted to add to kind of that synopsis? Brian Greedle?
Sure, Nick, thanks. Mayor and council member, this is Brian Greedle with the engineering division. And so, you know, as you can see with the slide that Nick has in front of you, the yellow area on the pre-construction side is what drains currently to the north of the site. And as you can see in the post-construction, that yellow area is significantly decreased. And so what this development is doing is essentially capturing that water, and the area in green is running to Penn Avenue, and the area to the south then in the kind of pink color drains to 86th Street. And so the water that goes onto Penn Avenue would run down to the catch basins down at Penn Circle. And the water that drains to 86th Street then would run down to the culvert then that connects 86 or connects Upper Penn with Lower Penn on 86th Street there. The proposal has a significant amount of stormwater infrastructure to provide you know, the rate control, the water quality component, and also the volume retention requirements that are required from our stormwater standards. At this point, there's been, you know, we've needed to make some assumptions along the way about how buildings are going to be constructed, and roof lines and things of that nature. And so, you know, once this project gets further along through the design process, we can ensure that that those assumptions are correct, and that that this is something that's meeting our stormwater standards.
Thank you. I am wondering, and maybe this is just a question that isn't able to be answered with any sort of specificity. Is it possible to sort of describe, like if we talk about, say, this up to 1.1 inch kind of event, is it possible to describe with any sort of specificity what, based on these plans, what effect that might have on Upper Penn Lake or not?
Mayor and Councilmember Coulter, you know, overall the site is showing an overall reduction in rate. So the rate at which stormwater is flowing off the site is reduced in its developed condition over its proposed condition. The water quality is better than what it is in its existing condition. And with that volume retention component, you know, like Nick indicated, that 1.1 inches, you know, that's in the stormwater world, we kind of call that kind of the first flush, so to speak. So that's where a lot of the pollutants are contained. You know, once that water starts running off the street, it washes the pollutants off first, and then it's, you know, there's not much left there after a while. And so, you know, overall, it doesn't seem like it's going to have much of an impact. And with the way that the stormwater management is laid out, at least right now, it should be an overall benefit from water quality purposes.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers that question sufficiently. And then just one final question, and I think Kirk Roberts is on the line, so maybe he can speak to this. But one of the other concerns that I've been asked about is less about sort of adding trips onto these streets as it is about the safety of sightlines and specifically the intersection at 86th and Penn. So I'm wondering if we could just get sort of a general description of what impact that might have in terms of that overall intersection.
Good evening, Mr. Roberts. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, happy to join you in your discussion. In terms of safety and crashes, Penn Avenue at 86th Street is about typical, or it's about average for signalized intersections on our trails in the city. So it does have crashes. And anytime you have crashes, that's something of concern, but it's not a higher than average crash rate intersection. There's no, I can't give you, the closest I can come up with quantifiably is we get an average of about 2 crashes per year, but frankly, we have years where there's no crashes at all, and then we'll have some years where they cluster. And more confusing is that there's no clear pattern of crashes. There's no circumstance that occurs again and again, something that we could just simply fix by changing signal timing or adding a turn lane or anything like that. And so it does have crashes, but it's not above average. And so because of that, there's no plans on behalf of the county or the city to rebuild this intersection or do any projects to sort of mitigate the crashes there or reduce those over other intersections where we have much, much bigger issues. And then in terms of the driveway safety, so the site grade is going to, as proposed, will come down quite a bit. And that addresses most of the concerns we have with the driveways. There's 2 things that we looked at very specifically. One is the grade difference, how steep the driveway is essentially from 86th Street and how steep it is off of Penn Avenue. The limiting factor there is, can an emergency vehicle, a fire apparatus, for example, get up onto that driveway and get in there and fight a fire? And so they're limited by that grade. And from the information they've submitted, they show that they can meet that. The other issue is the sight distance from the driveway looking either on 86th Street or onto Penn Avenue, if that driveway were approved by the county. The developer was asked for and did submit an exhibit showing the site area triangles for the site as proposed. And it looks like they can meet the standards that we have to meet for those site distances. And so,
sorry, finish your.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, just to sort of put a finer point on it, just to clarify then, from a sort of traffic engineering perspective, adding these additional trips and vehicles and so on, it does not sound like there is necessarily any sort of specific concern as far as any changes in safety or anything like that in any kind of predictable way beyond sort of what you mentioned in terms of the fact that crashes happen at intersections. Is that correct?
Councilmember Coulter, that's correct. The number of trips that's being added is fairly low, and it's also adding a fairly low number of trips in the peak hours. That's when the roads are most stressed. That's when you think the most about crashes, because that's when everything is more stressed. It adds a low number of trips, so you couldn't look at this small number of trips and predict any crashes coming out of that or resulting because of that. This is not going to contribute to any problems at that intersection or exacerbate or create any new problems as far as we can tell.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. Recognizing we are getting close to the 10 o'clock hour, so I want to be as brief as possible. I want to thank staff for classifying those comments from the public, from the information we received. And I also wanted to thank staff for their wide variety, the piece that they placed in there about the wide variety of discretion that the council has with regards to the comprehensive plan. So the 3 areas that I briefly want to just kind of touch in with you on and ask quick questions about is First, the traffic and the park use. Based on what I've seen here today and what I've read, it sounds like to me that the staff is quite comfortable both with the park and the park use and the traffic piece that's been submitted from the developer. Would that be an accurate statement?
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, you are muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'd say that's correct, Councilmember Lohman, and reiterating that again, city park parking lots are not designed or intended to be utilized for overflow parking for nearby development. So I stress that strongly to the applicant. But in terms of park overuse, or as Kirk described the traffic conditions out here, I would say that your statement was correct.
Okay, then moving on. In terms of environmental impact concern, there's a number of areas I think that kind of fit into that. There's the tree removal, soil removal, stormwater, and impacts to the wildlife. I certainly saw a lot of emails about that. Certainly that's a concern that I have in terms of this project. So what I would ask of staff, have we gotten any concerns from any environmental groups that have written in or from the watershed districts at all about their concerns about what we're doing? Certainly we have expertise within our staff in both these areas, but have we received any comments and things from any of those groups?
Mr. Johnson?
Councilmember, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Lohman, we haven't received any correspondence from wildlife or other environmental groups. The watershed district, as it pertains to stormwater, typically whenever there is a project that requires their permitting or to go through their permitting process, they typically do not take it up formally until it goes through city zoning approval or entitlement. And so, in other words, I don't think it's unusual that they have not reached out or engaged with the city. I would say that city staff, if Brian Greedle wants to delve into this further, but I would say that city staff does correspond or speak with their staff on a pretty routine basis in terms of projects in the district.
I don't need any confirmation of that. I'm assuming that if there was something that they would make a comment now in terms of what staff. So has staff identified beyond what's kind of written here any additional risks that we may have in regards to environmental impact concerns?
I don't know about the wildlife component of it. That's certainly outside my lane of expertise. But I guess what I could say is the removal of this quantity of fill, as you mentioned, that being a concern of yours, I would say that is atypical for projects that we see. Certainly a lot of multifamily and other more intense development projects remove a lot of fill for underground parking ramps or things like that. This site just happens to be a tough site. I mean, it's a hill. In order to make it work as a functioning development, they would have to remove a significant amount of soil, and certainly that is an impact to surrounding properties as it goes through the site work. There's no doubt about that.
Appreciate that. Certainly, I'm sure that'll come up in the public comment. We'll get back to more of that if there's more questions at the end. Finally, obviously, staff worked with the developer and looked at our goals that we have outlined in our comprehensive plan. How did staff weigh and measure, just for the public's benefit, around affordable housing, variety of housing types, and this neighborhood characteristic? How do they balance those types of needs and get us to where we're at today? Because obviously, I would think the developer may have been thinking about maybe an apartment on this site or some other kind of additional density there, which would kind of fit that affordability and that types of housing kind of component that we have in our comprehensive plan. But then on the other hand, we have a low density neighborhood here with a neighborhood character that's very low density. So help me understand how staff work with the developer with that.
Mr. Johnson?
I agree with, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that question, Councilmember Lohman. I fully agree with your statement, and I'm happy to provide more info. It's my understanding, just dating back to the history of this site, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but it's my understanding that higher density uses have been, questioned or not considered formally. There was never an application, but inquired about this site in the past by different owners, and maybe a similar development type as this one too. But the point being is that this would not be a site that staff would think would be appropriate for the high density residential category, which you would need to do multifamily development on this site. And so just from a structure height standpoint, as well as, not being close to employment and other retail amenities and some of those things, it is to the north on Penn, obviously, but it just wouldn't meet some of the criteria we have for our higher density zoning districts. So in terms of when we get a request of, okay, what's an appropriate land use at a site, we look again to the comprehensive plan. The guidance for the medium density category clearly states that it should be sites that have access to arterial and collector roads. This site passes that test. There are goals and objectives that talk about having higher density residential uses near transit and amenities. This one has a bus stop, it has a park. It meets again some of that criteria. And then we also looked at other townhome development in the community in terms of what has been developed in the past and how do those neighborhoods function. Again, medium density next to low density or whatever the condition may be. I think one area that can be a little bit subjective has to do with land use compatibility. And from a classical training, train planning standpoint, a medium density use, we don't view it as incompatible with a single family residential use. And I think that's where some of the rub may be, is that that can be a bit of a subjective thing when analyzed by, certainly different people. And so I think that incompatibility may be part of the questions you're receiving. But as you noted, so there is that component about maintaining low density character neighborhoods. And so, you as the city council are ultimately the final word on interpreting the city's comprehensive plan. And so hopefully I provided you a good guidance or overview of how staff reached that decision in terms of our interpretation of it. But as I said, some of those things may or may not be somewhat subjective, and you make the decision that really provides that guidance. So hopefully that provides an overview.
Thank you. I want to underline the last statement you made about the difference in density. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I know most of the stuff that I was looking at with water and some of the safety issues have been addressed. One quick question on parking. Is there a plan for how to deal with snow in the winter in order to ensure that those guest spaces are still available?
Mr. Johnson?
Councilor Nelson, the site plan does identify some areas for snow storage. Understanding that in heavier snow years, it may not be adequate. In light years, it's probably overkill. And an average year, maybe it functions okay. But they have identified some snow storage areas. It's hard to see on the site plan currently. But that is something we take a look at. There are some areas on site where they could push snow and deal with the troubles of winter, if you will.
And then one area of the safety, we focused on car traffic, but my understanding, I think it was brought up, is that 86 is part of our alternative transportation plan, and there's bike paths in that area. Are there specific accommodations for that? Two, are there other cases of medium density properties crossing bike paths within the community?
Mr. Johnson.
I might defer to Kirk on that. Similar to, we have a lot of collector and arterial roadways in the city that have residential driveways on them currently. So it can be, and 86th Street certainly has that condition, as well as intermixing with commercial and industrial areas as well. But so it is something that we want to look at when they do approve the final designs in terms of those site distances again. But Kirk, do you have anything to add?
No, I think you hit that pretty well. Councilmember Nelson, the driveway is not high volume enough that that we're too concerned about, the number of cars crossing over that bike lane, because you're right, 86th Street is a significant non-motorized facility across the city, and it's one that we want to keep that good quality level of service. Nothing about this development is expected to degrade that.
Okay. My last question at this point regards the affordability component, and I know we have the opportunity housing ordinance, and if I understand correctly, they have indicated that they're interested in having some units affordable, but there isn't a specific commitment. Am I to understand that they have not asked for flexibility or anything through the opportunity housing ordinance at this time?
Mr. Roberts?
Councilmember Nelson, I'll answer that question if that's okay. But yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. I should have touched on that in my presentation. But again, the opportunity housing ordinance, the minimum threshold to have that apply to a residential development is 20 units. So the OHO does not apply to this project. The provision of affordable housing is at the interest or bequest of the developer on their own merits or effort, if you will. So it doesn't have any formal staff analysis at this point. Other than the comprehensive plan supports affordable housing generally, of course.
Thank you. So I have a question. You mentioned the soil removal of 18,000 cubic feet, and I wanted to clarify: is that cubic feet or cubic yards?
Yeah, yards. I'm sorry, that was a mistake. Misspoke.
Okay, so 18,000 cubic yards. You're right when you said that's a lot of soil. That's a lot of dirt. How many truckloads is that? Any idea?
Mayor, this isn't. Don't hold us to this number, but I think roughly it could be upwards of 600 of the larger dump vehicles with a semi. You know, as large as like a semi truck with the open trailer. 600, and so if you're using smaller dump trucks, it would be many more than that.
And you mentioned that they were looking at doing this in phases, perhaps. And so, any idea how long the duration would be, even if it wouldn't be 600 all at once? If they did this project in phases, it could be a series of trucks over a longer series of time as they do the different phases of this project. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for the opportunity again. Hopefully I didn't misspeak again before, but the site improvements themselves would all have to be constructed as part of the first phase of development. So in other words, they couldn't piecemeal some of the civil site work as part of phase one with just one driveway, and then once they're building another building, kind of finish out the north half of the development or south half, whichever they chose. They need to do the site improvements as part of that first phase. So I think all the site work would be in that first phase, the big push in the beginning whenever they would get started.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Council, additional questions? If not, next I would like to hear from the developer, anything that the developer has to say on this, and then we will open up the public hearing on this. But first of all, I would like to call on the developers of this project, maybe to answer any questions or clarify any of the answers or questions that folks had earlier. So, Ms. Wilson is working.
Good evening, council members, City Manager of Brugge, Mayor Busey.
Mr. Furlong, good evening and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Steve Furlong. I'm the developer. Pleased to bring forward the Penn Lake City Homes proposal to you for approval. I would like to first thank Bloomington City Planning and Engineering for all their work with us to get to this point. It's been a very thorough process in which all the staff has been very helpful in their guidance. This proposal is about more than 15 townhomes. It is an example to show how attainable new housing units for home ownership can be created when at a time developers are struggling to find a path to do so without public subsidy. There are four primary stakeholders pertaining to this proposal: leadership and staff at the City of Bloomington, the community at large, the neighborhood, and us as the developer. Our goal as developer was to create a proposal that best fit into each of these stakeholders' parameters: city code, development district, and comp plan guidance, provide additional life cycle housing, attainable new home ownership options, improving the neighborhood appeal, improving the stormwater infiltration on site, and mitigating current runoff into Penn Lake, adding to the city's tax base, contributing to city parks, which by the way is $80,000 in park dedication here, and more: utility infrastructure, sidewalks, better trees, etc., all while finding a financially feasible plan that fit into these parameters. The plan as proposed accomplishes all of these goals without public subsidy, creates 15 new attainable homes for homeownership in our community. I would like to address you, the community, and the neighborhood over the next few minutes. I'd first like to talk about the Penn access issue specifically. We have written communication from Hennepin County at the onset of planning during the summer of 2019, supporting the right-in, right-out design. We've had recent conversations regarding the design, and we left that conversation pending the outcome of this hearing tonight and our council decision. I expect that we will find compromise and a viable solution for all parties. If we could first consider the goals and objectives of the city plans, ordinance, and zone that this proposed development site rests upon. First, the Gateway District Plan. This intended to encourage and facilitate development and redevelopment by the private sector of underutilized, inappropriately used, and unused land within it. That describes our site very well. The second is the Opportunity Housing Ordinance. The essence of this ordinance might be best summarized with the statement on the city's website. Many people want to live in Bloomington, but can't afford to. In 2019, the city approved the ordinance focused on providing, maintaining, and encouraging housing for all people. We did ask for flexibility in the Opportunity Housing Ordinance, as discussed with Dr. Johnson the time it was created. Part of the intent was, and it's designed to have flexibility. It's a 20-unit minimum that we'd offered to combine multiple developments to reach that number, and had that conversation with planning. But the interpretation of OHO from planning was that was not the intent as it was written. We'll come back to that, I'm sure. The third is the Opportunity Zone. So designated by Governor Dayton as a census tract targeted area for redevelopment, this zone encompasses most of the eastern half of the city, and our site lies within that. And fourth, finally, a Forward 2040 comprehensive plan. Studies identified a housing shortage that will stifle growth of the city. As the council is aware, and as a reminder for the community, the comp plan serves as a guide and states all of the following. Support higher land use intensities and mixed use development in areas currently or proposed to be well served by transit. Check. Encourage redevelopment of outdated, underutilized, or incompatible land uses. Check. Prepare to transition to a sharing economy and increased automation and transportation jobs and services. Also applies. Preserve the quality of existing housing and expand housing options. Reinvest in neighborhood amenities such as parks, trails, and playgrounds, and encourage medium and high density housing to locate near transit, services, employment, and amenities. All of those things guided us as the developer in forwarding this plan to you. Although we're not able to use any of the tools created by these plans and programs, we have proceeded with our proposal in the spirit of all of these strategic plans. This does not prevent us, however, from incorporating affordability. Minnesota Housing and the Metropolitan Council may have tools available to us to help achieve that goal. Our council has expressed a desire for more attainable home ownership and seeking ways to bring it to Bloomington, and I bring this to you this evening for approval. We are facing unprecedented risk as a developer to commence with this project due to rapidly rising cost of materials, labor, and now potentially liquidity issues in commercial finance. Time is of the essence for this project to commence as proposed, and a delay in approval jeopardizes the proposal in its entirety. To the community of Bloomington, middle housing are the homes available for home ownership that provide housing options for a wide array of homeowners. Home ownership is vital to any thriving community, and I'm sure you are aware of the large amounts of new rental housing and multifamily development in our city. This is important too, but we also need to find ways to bring middle housing development and redevelopment options here. This proposal accomplishes just that. Our community, as well as many others around the metro, is having a very difficult time meeting the demand for home ownership. The median sale price of a home in Bloomington just passed the $300,000 mark, and we only had just a few over 100 homes for sale at the end of August this year. To meet this challenge, we need to find innovative ways to utilize any available land we have in its highest and best use, encourage developers to bring their resources and energy here over other communities, and yet balance this activity while preserving our community. Adding attainable new housing may help to free up starter homes, as we predict many of the buyers here will leave their single family home in town for low maintenance and single level living. In fact, we'll have a trade-in program specifically designed for this, and we've seen this occur in Richfield and Eden Prairie with new townhome development. It will add to the residential property tax base, $678,000 over 10 years per the Hennepin County assessor. 41% of that goes to the city budget and 20% to our schools. Lastly, this proposal will serve as a model for future residential development that we haven't had in our community for over a decade. To the neighborhood, I've listened to your concerns, read your letters, and had one-on-one conversations with many of you. As I have stated, we have no intention of building anything here that we would not build next door to our own home, or that we would not live in ourselves. One of our priorities in this proposal is to leave the site better than we found it. I understand your concerns regarding stormwater, traffic, parking, removal of trees, water, light, and noise pollution. All of these have implications for building permit approval. As Mr. Johnson explained earlier, we have to meet 9 Mile Creek Watershed District and DNR requirements for stormwater. Just one element of what we needed to create to properly manage stormwater is called a subsurface infiltration system. Just to give you an example of how detailed this planning process has been, this is a box with tubes in it, with little holes in the bottom that allow water to slowly infiltrate into the ground so it doesn't overflow into the lake. I've learned some more information about Upper Penn Lake during the course of this proposal. The lake has had volatile water levels, nearly drying up at one time and overflowing at others. Our engineers tell us the site has very little to do with water levels on Upper Penn Lake, and ultimately will leave that better than what we found it when the development's complete. We have enough parking on site to accommodate the residents, and we'll have additional controls within the bylaws to limit vehicle storage, vehicle noise, and guest parking. Yes, realistically, we expect some vehicles to park at the lower Penn launch south of the site from time to time. However, vehicles can't stay there overnight, and we don't expect any vehicles to park on the streets in the neighborhood due to the distance for legal parking. We designed this site plan to contain activity in the interior. Traffic moves inside the site. Lighting will be restricted by the association to minimize exterior light pollution. And we have incorporated additional screening along the drive to contain vehicle headlight. As for other concerns we've discussed, including the possibility for low-income rentals, future dilapidation of the site, and decreasing property values, this development proposal will provide stability and some upward pressure to property values. The quality of construction, interior and out, current market premium on new construction, and marketable price points will be above the predominant single-family home value in the immediate neighborhood. And the key to having a well-maintained association is strong financials. We'll set up this association with a solid income and balance sheet from the start to help ensure it has the financial capacity to be well-maintained for years to come. Many of you were concerned about these becoming rental properties, as were we. We didn't want to build these to be rentals. Even without the bylaws and deed restrictions that could come with affordable housing incorporated, the economics simply don't support these being rentals. It doesn't make sense for an investor to purchase a townhome at $350,000 and rent it out for $2,000 a month. And the market doesn't support much higher rent levels than that in this area. So the math doesn't work for rental. Lastly, the number of units proposed. As many of you know, the prior owner looked for a way to build single-family homes here. The current owner looked for a way to build single-family homes here. We discussed with planning what it would take to build single-family homes here. I looked at ways to build single-family homes here. It would have been a much easier process. Unfortunately, single-family homes on this site are not supported by the economics. The financial pro forma was nearly a break-even at a $650,000 single-family home price. That doesn't fit into this market area. And then Who would buy a single family home on Penn Avenue for $650,000? The math doesn't work. The amount of fill removed, the utility infrastructure, and stormwater mitigation systems have an underlying cost of nearly $1 million. And that's the same whether it's 8 single family homes or 15 townhomes. It simply doesn't fit into our goal of providing attainable housing by building single family homes here. It's a challenging thing to do around most of the city. I can point you to a new single family home on 90th Street in Knox that is $500,000. One way attainable housing gets done in a completely developed city is with more housing units on less land. We also looked at the feasibility of other plans, apartments, senior living, and condos. I applied my rule of only building what I would build next door to my own home, and none of these seemed to me to be great options. The city of Bloomington is changing. What none of us want is to fall behind other communities. We want to keep our community as a great place to call home, and what better way than to share that opportunity with others? Opportunities that this particular site present are challenging to find in our city. We all know that parts of town need to be redeveloped. We need attainable housing, and both of those require private investment to make it happen. Without development and redevelopment, none of us would have a home here. This proposal is about more than 15 townhomes. It's about the future of our city and the families that will be able to call Bloomington home when this development is completed. Thank you to the council for allowing us the time to speak, the community for all of your input, and the neighborhood for voicing your concerns as we have worked through this process.
Thank you, Mr. Furlong. Council, questions for Mr. Furlong? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Who is this project going to be marketed to? What type of clients are you seeking for this project?
Mr. Furlong.
Councilmember Nelson. Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. I would expect that we have a mix of demographics here, from young professionals to millennial families to retiring seniors. It was really important to us to incorporate that single level living aspect to widen our marketability. And there's also a possibility of several of these units being designed with ADA accessibility. We have 10 families that are interested in living in Bloomington that need ADA accessibility. And so we might specifically create a few of these units to accommodate some of them.
Council, additional questions? Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a really quick question. Have you, I know there's not a ton of room for it, but did you consider putting in some kind of playground facilities or any kind of more, green and open space? Since, like you just mentioned, there's a good chance with 3 and 4 bedrooms that you would have young families living in these townhomes.
Mr. Furlong.
Councilmember Carter, thank you for the question. Due to the proximity to the Hag Park to the north and the lower Penn Lake Park to the south, we didn't feel that it was imperative to have a playground facility. Certainly if we had a significantly larger number of units, then we would consider having that incorporated. But just given the proximity of those other parks located nearby, we didn't feel that that was imperative.
Council, additional questions? Hearing none, I'm going to say, Mr. Furlong, stick around because there may be questions later. But what I would like to do now is open up the public hearing here. This is a public hearing for the Penn City Townhome redevelopment proposal. And Ms. Wilson, if you could, please, I imagine we've got a number of folks who wish to speak to us about this.
Jerome, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Jerome, we are ready for callers wishing to speak on agenda item 8.4.
Thank you. If you wish to speak for agenda 8.4, please press star 1. Someone wish to speak for agenda 8.4 from the line of Miriam. Your line is open.
Yes, I have several questions. I am a realtor. And
Good evening. If I could just interrupt you for one more second. I missed your name the first time through. If you could tell us your name for the record, just so we have it, please.
Marie Merriam.
Good evening, Ms. Miriam. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Sure. So I'm just wondering, is the Corps of Engineers involved in terms of all that regrading, and what has their report shown?
Mr. Roberts or Mr. Furlong, has the Army Corps of Engineers been involved here? Mr. Roberts, are you there? Oh, and I'm sorry, not Roberts.
Hey, Mayor.
Brian Greedle. I'm sorry, Brian.
Mayor and council members, no, the Corps of Engineers has not been involved to the best of my knowledge. Their involvement is typically involved with navigable waters.
Okay. And then as far as the crosswalk goes, what's the plan for that?
Now, that may be Mr. Roberts or Mr. Johnson. Who would like to take this one on?
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm not sure what the color is.
Well, if they're going to be using Penn Lake Park, I would imagine there's going to be pedestrians. So what's the plan for that?
Mr. Roberts, I guess the question is, will there be updates or upgrades to the crosswalks at 86 and Penn?
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. There are no plans to modify or change the intersection right now. So there are crosswalks there at the signalized intersection. Generally, when we look at crosswalks, one of the things we want to see is a very consistent and very high demand before we'll actually mark a crosswalk on a roadway. And so in this circumstance, given the limited number of townhomes, it's true there could be people crossing there, but that's going to be somewhat sporadic. And so that's not a location that we would think about for a marked crosswalk.
Okay. And in terms of property values, speaking as a realtor, I can tell you the property values will go down dramatically for the immediate surrounding properties. And I'm just wondering, so the price point is going to be $350?
I believe that's what Mr. Furlong said. Yes, Mr. Furlong, if you could confirm that, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we haven't set a specific price point yet. There are a lot of variable factors here. I can tell you that it's very difficult to deliver a housing unit under that price point. I don't have any specific evidence for you about property values, but given that the majority of single-family homes here are under that price point, it only makes sense that it would apply upward pressure to the values of the surrounding homes.
Well, possibly the surrounding neighborhood, but definitely not the immediate neighbors. I can tell you that from on the street experience, looking at the backside of a townhouse development, apartment development, any sort of commercial is a negative. So obviously it's going to impact their property values. And how many square feet per unit?
Mr. Furlong or Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The minimum livable square footage above grade is 2,000 plus the garage.
And are they walkout in front and tuck unders in the back, or how does that work? I couldn't really tell from the schematics.
Mr. Furlong.
The garage and main level living are all on the same level. So it would be possible to not have to traverse stairs to go from the garage into the living area.
Okay, so
Ms. Miriam, if I could,
question was
if I could
about-
interrupt here for just a moment, I would like, I'd like us to avoid a kind of a back and forth Q&A about the specifics of the project. I think the staff could take that information and we could respond to you specifically on specific questions that you would have. What I would like to do here in this public hearing is get public testimony, specific viewpoints of the public about specific items regarding this proposal. I think the back and forth on the Q&A is something that we could do offline, is something that I think has been done, and a lot of information has been provided. I'd like to maintain this as an opportunity to take testimony from the neighbors and the people in the area, the residents in the area, pro or con to this specific development.
Okay, so then my statement would be, as I have lived here on the corner of 84th and Knox, I've seen traffic, of course, increasing as COVID has come and somewhat gone. But I know that now there's a roundabout up on about 83rd or so and Knox. And I do know that Knox is quite a thoroughfare that doesn't go through on Hague Drive. So yes, Hague Drive is going to get some of the traffic from this development, but so too will Knox, because it's a perfect little cut through. If you don't want to deal with Penn and 494, you just come across 86 to Knox, and then you go north to 82nd, and then you go on to 35 from there. So I'm also concerned that traffic on Knox will increase. I don't have small children, but I can only imagine, even with the 1% or whatever you predicted, increased traffic, there would be more traffic, and it goes at a pretty fast clip. And I could imagine in the future sometime there being the little green men with the flag saying, you know, slow down or drive as if your children lived here. So I am concerned about that. I'm concerned about the wildlife. There's eagles, there's fox, and if you haven't had a study or any sort of environmental impact study, I think that should definitely be one of the things that occurs, considering the eagles are our national bird.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marion. Appreciate your comments. Ms. Wilson.
Yep, and then in terms of
Ms. Marion, we're past the 10 o'clock hour, and I know there's a lot of folks who would like to speak. Okay. And I would like to make sure we get to as many folks as possible without getting too late into the night here.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you much.
Mr. Mayor, we did have two residents that asked in advance to speak, and I had forgotten about them over the course of the discussion tonight. But Jerome, could you see if we have a David Forsman on the line wishing to speak?
Yes, we have David Matson on the line and wish to speak. And your line is open.
Okay, I'd like to make a couple statements here. First one basically to the city council, and the second one to the developer. But I'd like to say the very fact that zoning laws were created and exist in the first place show that this attempted change to our neighborhood is wrong. It's specifically to prevent things like this. It is the very thing that we are supposed to be protected against by you, whom we elected. Anything less than that is going to cost you our confidence in your elected service, and you're going to lose our trust in our local government. You were elected to serve us, the residents, and I think it's very clear we do not want this. And it's basically being made for people that aren't even here yet, and prioritizing them above us, the residents who have lived here, many of us, for over a quarter of a century. Also, you don't meet the zoning laws. I mean, I'm hearing that, oh, this meets this, and it meets this, and it meets this. but it clearly does not meet these zoning laws. And these zoning laws, as I say, are specifically to prevent this kind of thing from being forced upon us. We don't want this. Also, as far as for Steve Furlong, the developer, I noticed that your selling points here are pretty beneficial to other people, but not really to us as the residents. And again, a lot of us are very long-standing residents, and we're going to be affected by the things in here that you can't control. And it's clearly a benefit to you, the developer, who's got a financial interest. And I know you say we, as if you're a Bloomington resident. I don't know if you are. I'd like you to address that if you are, in fact, a Bloomington resident. But clearly, when I say we, I think I'm safe to speak for us residents in the neighborhood. Specifically, I would be willing to bet also that you probably have made your own personal home purchase and neighborhood choices of where you bought and lived, specifically to be away from these very things that you are trying to force upon us. You don't have me convinced that you really believe this, that this is something that is going to be a good fit in our neighborhood and it's beneficial, more beneficial than not. You're not convincing in your voice. You haven't met the zoning laws. It's not what we're looking for, and we don't want this. You don't offer us any guarantees, just promises.
Mr. Forsman?
Certainly,
Mr.
you're not
Forsman?
doing anything on the
Mr.
floor.
Forsman? On a public hearing, you're asked to direct your comments to the city council, specifically to the mayor, if you could, please. I don't want this to get into a back and forth between yourself and Mr. Furlong. You can make your statements, but you address directly to the city council and to the mayor, and it'll go into the public record. If you could keep it, we're not going to get personal with our comments. We're not going to get into specifics with Mr. Furlong and his intentions and who he is. We're going to talk specifically about the proposal in front of us.
Okay, very well. That's your rules, not mine. But
That is correct. Those are the rules of the council.
Sure, you bet. And so therefore, I just like to basically point what I have brought up, the points that I have just brought up to Steve Furlong, and make sure that you guys, the city council, are aware of what I just said.
And we did hear him. Yep, we were on board. We were listening, and they've been recorded in the public record. So thank you for those.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Very good. Thank you for staying with us this evening. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerome, do you have a Laura Hunt on the line wishing to speak?
Yes, Laura Hunt, you may speak now.
Good evening, Ms. Hunt.
Perfect. I do have something written that I would like to read, and I will do my best to be cognizant and respectful of time. So again, first of all, I just wanted to start by thanking all of you for your service and all that you do for the city of Bloomington. My name is Laura Hunt, and I live on Hague Drive here, just around the corner from 86th and Penn. Tonight, I speak on behalf of those in the neighborhood with great concerns regarding this development. I say that as I have led the coordination of the Save Penn Lake Neighborhood Committee. Our committee went door to door connecting with the community to gain an understanding of the concerns of the residents, knowing there's always pros and cons to such proposals. As of today, we have roughly 600 signatures from residents petitioning to oppose this development, and this was from only canvassing a half-mile radius of the site. I have submitted this petition to Denise and Nick Johnson to be added to the case file. Throughout this journey, I have learned a lot in regards to local government and its processes. It's been an eye-opening journey. It's allowed me to the opportunity to engage with the community and the city of Bloomington and its staff. Overall, I've learned throughout this incredible journey that we have an amazing community, a community who bands together to support a cause that directly impacts them and their fellow neighbors. Like all of you, council members, we chose Bloomington as our home because, like Steve said, it's a wonderful place that people already want to live, and that's due to the wonderful amenities that Bloomington has to offer. We also wanted a quiet suburban neighborhood to raise a family, and we feel as though we hit the jackpot when we purchased our home. That being said, we're not blind to the demands that have been placed on the city, and we also recognize the fact that change is inevitable and often necessary. Throughout this journey, I've heard the phrase, "not in my backyard," quite often. After connecting with residents in the neighborhood, I've begun to realize that this NIMBY attitude roots more from foundations of concerns and not necessarily from hesitation to accept change. Some of the most prevalent concerns being around traffic and safety, the increased daily vehicular trips, environmental impacts to Upper and Lower Penn Lake, as well as the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District. For the past several years, every spring, Upper and Lower Penn Lake and the culvert that connects them flood due to heavier than the 1.1 inches of rain. Residents deal with shoreline and property erosion each year, as well as street flooding on 86 and Penn Avenue at Penn Circle. This past spring, we worked with the city, the DNR, and the Watershed District to find a solution to this problem, and we're told that adding impervious surfaces specifically within the 100-year water line would significantly impact water levels. Concerns around adequate parking on the site, along with utilization of Upper Penn Lake Park, as well as the surrounding streets for overflow parking and the thoroughway access to 35W are additional concerns. We currently house parking for those utilizing the Lower Penn Lake to fish. Ultimately, there will be increased noise, light, and environmental pollution from the development, including a year-long phased construction plan that would ultimately impact those of us who are now working remotely due to COVID. Additional concerns regarding the overall traffic and safety of the intersection of 86 and Penn, as well as the surrounding residential streets, is the fact that Hennepin County has submitted the letter noting that the proposed access does not comply with typical county access spacing guidelines, and thus recommended that this access be designed for emergency vehicles only. I think that's pretty telling that, again, this doesn't fit the spacing guidelines. Knowing that, how will this impact the safety on Penn Avenue at the site? The planning staff themselves stated in the agenda packet that the secondary access becomes an essential component for a safe and well-functioning development for public safety, traffic distribution, and circulation. Subsequently, the city staff stated they would not recommend a development of this size be constructed without some form of secondary access. And Nick himself stated that Hennepin County would not allow the addition of a single-family home driveway added to Penn Avenue. This development, in essence, is proposing and adding a driveway or access point for 15 households. That seems inconsistent with what's stated in the packet. It's also stated in the packet that the city staff recommends that the secondary access point be open to all. In addition, the requested variation on the setback would also impact a driver's visibility and sightlines seen oncoming traffic when accessing 86 and Penn Avenue. From my conversation with Nick Johnson, a traffic study was not completed for this specific intersection, and thus there's not concrete findings on whether this development would negatively impact traffic and safety at the intersection. I've also learned that City Council has discretion when considering a rezoning application. Relevant considerations include whether the proposed district is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The City of Bloomington just completed the comprehensive plan for 2040, in which our neighborhood, including this site, was to be guided as an R1 low-density residential. Why would the city spend all of the time and resources to determine that this site be guided single-family, to then just go against the plan and rezone the specific site? The Standard Zoning Enabling Act, which formed the basis of many state zoning acts, stated that zoning regulations shall be made in accordance with the comprehensive plan, with the goal of preventing haphazard or piecemeal zoning. Additionally, the Planning Commission sent this to Council without a recommendation, initially voting against the proposal with many raised questions about the amount of density, as well as the impact on surrounding residential districts. This development would be the third dense of all townhome developments in Bloomington. Townhomes have not been built since 2005, and that raises the question as to why. After doing some research and speaking with several real estate mortgage brokers, it concluded that there's not a high demand for townhomes at this moment. The high demand currently is for single-family homes that range from 250,000 to 350,000. In reference to affordability, these units are based on an AMI of 110%, meaning that 20% affordable units would sell for no less than $382,950, or a monthly mortgage payment of roughly $2,500 plus your HOA fees. That's stated in the packet. The remainder of the units would sell from anywhere from $400,000 to $440,000 per Steve Furlong, the developer. That was during our developer meeting with the neighborhood. That makes these two-story, 3 to 4 bedroom, 2,200 square feet units significantly higher than the homes in the surrounding neighborhood. And in regards to the social media support, many of those discussion threads were around support for affordable housing. Steve confirmed in those posts that this development would not support any affordable housing programs. As Steve stated, there's quite a lot of risk to this development. What happens if during construction, material costs continue to climb and this development is not able to be completed? Who is responsible for environmental impact if the stormwater management is not maintained? Ultimately, our questions are whether this development fits in the surrounding neighborhood, will impact the area, and complies with the city's 2040 comp plan. When reviewing the case of RD&T LLC, better known as Martin Luther Manor versus the City of Bloomington, the Supreme Court supported the city's denial of the development based on several components. While this development is different from Martin Luther Manor in that it is adjacent to arterial and collector roadways, there's one very important component that remains the same. The development would not preserve the character of the surrounding low-density single-family neighborhood and would be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood or otherwise harm the public health, safety, and welfare. The precedent was set by the Supreme Court stating that the city should listen to its neighbors. Our ask is that you listen to us, your neighbors. At this point, there are too many questions without concrete answers. No environmental or traffic studies were completed, and thus there are no concrete findings on the impact of this specific area. We ask that you consider the impact that not only the year-long phase construction would have, but ultimately that this development would have on the hundreds of families and residents that live in this neighborhood. As stated, roughly 600 have already voiced their opposition for this development, while additional signatures come in each day. If we set the precedent to rezone this R1 site, what's to stop developers from buying up single-family homes in other neighborhoods like your own and building medium or high-density developments there? At what point do we draw the line? The precedent has been set by the Supreme Court, stating that the city should listen to its neighbors. Our ask is that you listen to us, your neighbors, please. You, our council, you represent us. You speak for us. You make decisions on our behalf. We ask that on our behalf, you support the residents in your districts and communities and deny these applications. Thank you again for your time and your service. I appreciate being able to speak and share the voices of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. So Mr. Forsman and Ms. Hunt had registered ahead of time and asked for time to speak, and I think that Ms. Hunt was speaking for a number of, on behalf of a number of the residents. As we get to additional speakers here, I'm going to ask that we limit our comments to 3 minutes, which is what we generally have outlined. And primarily because, as I have stated already, we're getting late into the evening here. I want to make sure everybody has a chance, and then ultimately we still have to have a council discussion on all of this. So I hope you'll indulge us here with a little bit of brevity and get to your point and try not to repeat things, the same points that others have made. So with that, Ms. Wilson, do we have additional folks who would like to speak?
Jerome, would you please give us the next caller for this item?
Yep, we have Julia Clayton. Want to speak? You may speak now.
Good evening, welcome. If you could state your name, please, for the record, and then go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Julia Tyson. I'm at 8506 Hague Drive. We have lived here for over 20 years. I just want to go on record indicating that we also oppose the development of the townhomes for all of the reasons that Laura stated above. And with all due respect to Mr. Furlong and his efforts to sell his proposal to the Bloomington community, we ask that you not act like you're doing us a favor by building this project. There are too many of us residents who are in opposition to this proposal. We don't appreciate that this proposal has been allowed to go as far as it has in its development, considering the significant impact that it is going to have on our community. To get this far into the process without asking prior input from the public is unfair. We should have been told before it got this far. The approval process of this proposal is establishing a precedent within Bloomington that will have detrimental implications for our single home neighborhoods. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you very much. Thanks for sticking with us into this late hour. I do appreciate it.
Jerome, would you please unmute the next caller?
We have Alex Sidek who wants to speak. You may speak now.
Good evening. If you could state your name for the record, please, and then go ahead.
Yep, my name is Alex Siddick, and I'm at 8640 Queen. My dot was not on that map, but I did sign the petition. I just wanted to echo everything that was said by Mrs. Hunt, as well as agree with the previous caller saying that it should never have gotten this far. It's kind of ridiculous. But I will yield back the rest of my time, and thank you for the service. And yeah, have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Siddick. Thanks for staying with us this late. Ms. Wilson.
Next caller, Jerome, please.
And we don't have any on the queue.
We have no additional callers in the queue.
Agenda.
Why don't we make one final call, if we could, please, Jerome? Make sure that we don't have any other callers for item 8.4.
If you wish to speak for agenda, please press star 1. Again, if you wish to speak for agenda number 8.4, please press star 1. And we have another one line from Lisa McIntyre. Your line is open.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lisa McIntyre, and I live on West 89th Street. And I also just wanted to weigh in on the record to say that I agree with everything Laura Hunt said. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
You are very welcome. Thank you for your brevity. Appreciate it. So last call, folks. Anybody else would like to speak on this? Please step forward now, electronically and online, or we are going to move on with our discussion. Jerome, would you make one last call, please?
Again, we have another one line. Want to speak? James Kenny, your line is open.
Hello, I'm James Kinney. I actually own the property to the east of that property. So I have 200 and some feet of that property border. A few things I'd like to address is they talk about how they're going to make the water cleaner. I don't see how putting driveways and streets through the property and making it 50% parking area and road traffic is going to make it cleaner than rainwater falling on the green grass. I just don't see that at all. The other thing I look at is homeownership. They're saying 80% rental. That makes no sense to me. That they say they're going to sell it and people are going to buy it and live there. Well, then let's make it 80% homeowner. And the snow thing is crazy. They're going to plow that road into all their driveways. It's not going to work. They're going to have to haul it all away. And it's 1,000 tandem loads of dirt to get out of there. I'm in construction. I know very well how much a tandem load truck takes. It's 1,000 truckloads. It's going to be a major problem with traffic. It's going to be hard on our roads that we just replaced 86 several years ago. It's going to be really hard on our roads, and who's going to pay for that? I'm just saying, I really agree with Laura, and we got to stop this project. Thank you.
And thank you. Jerome, one last time. One last call for input, please.
Thank you. Again, if you wish to speak for agenda number 8.4, please press star 1. And we have the line of Timothy Claus. You may speak now.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Bussey and members of the council. My emails are included in your package, and I'm opposed to this project, but I'm not going to repeat all of the points I made. Instead, I will appeal to the council to ask this question as it deliberates the approvals. Does it make sense to build something that damages or destroys the very reasons why people want to move and live in Bloomington? These emails and letters from both long-term residents and newer residents in the neighborhood, and we all know that the character of this neighborhood will be damaged. It will be destroyed. The green space and the wildlife that exists today will also go away. Doing this is in conflict with the comprehensive plan that has been mentioned by the city staff. I have lived in this neighborhood for 38 years, and these attributes are why I choose to remain. Statements by the city staff that no damage will be done by this development are simply not true. I also recognize the powerful attraction of developing new property that adds to the tax base in the city, thus adding to needed tax revenue. I hope that this council will recognize that there are appropriate ways to do this, and this is not one of those opportunities. Approving and allowing a proposal such as this to go forward will speak volumes, sending a strong message to the current residents of Bloomington about what this council values. Please do not approve this proposal. Please do not put in place ways to destroy the place we live in and enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Jerome, is there anyone else?
From the line, Claire Christian, you may speak now.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, Claire Christian. We live in Hague Circle. I just kind of want to second what Laura and David had said. We just have lots of concerns that I don't feel like have been addressed, and honestly kind of feel like even saying that the traffic won't be increased and that we don't need to add just the walking, the street crossing, but then to say that there's no playgrounds and to direct the residents to go to the Hague Park, it just seems inconsistent with a lot of the information that we're giving. So again, I just want to second the concerns that Laura had brought up and how we oppose this. And that's all.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Next
caller,
from
Joe.
the line,
Go
Pam
ahead.
Richards, your line is open.
This is Pam Richards. I live at 8806 Logan Avenue South and live on Lower Penn Lake. Have there been any environmental impacts to the wildlife, considering that I have eagles that live in my backyard, and how the additional space being developed will impact the wildlife within the area, much less impact the eagles that live on our lake?
We will ask staff that question. I'm not sure that there has been one done, but if we could, Ms. Richards, I'm trying to stay away from a Q&A kind of thing here and just take testimony and statements from residents, either pro or con on this proposal.
Okay. I moved into this area in my house 5 years ago from West Bloomington. I've lived in Bloomington for more than 30 years. I moved into this area looking at the area as being single-family homes within this area that was very well established as single-family homes. I am not an opponent of having multiple family dwellings being placed, and listening tonight from the city planner, not only is the zoning being requested, but even modifications to the zoning for setbacks and, basic fire needs are also on top of it being requested. And there's already areas within the city that they could go and look at developing that are already zoned, that this developer could look at without modifying single-family zoning within our area. I hope the city council does not approve this, because there's plenty of other areas for this developer to go make his multifamily development in an area that's not single-family homes, which people in this area want single-family homes. That's why they live here. So I hope the city council does not approve this. And I would like to know what the DNR would say about impacting of the wildlife and the eagles and how this would impact them. Thank you. Please do not approve this.
Thank you much.
you.
Thanks for your comments. Thanks for staying with us this late.
And another one from the line of Vicky Andren. Your line is open.
Thank you. Actually, my wife Vicky had to leave the phone, but it's her husband Wayne, and we are against this. And I have owned a number of 1- and 2-family rentals in a townhome, and I'm concerned about the rentals. The individual said that rents would not be able to support the price of the homes. That's true about every home in this area, yet we see many rentals. And with rentals, people don't care for the homes or the area, and the quality of people that move into those rentals generally diminishes the properties in the area. They just don't care about properties the way we homeowners do. So I don't see how that's been addressed by his comment. We are against it, and I'm very concerned about the rentals and the effects of rentals that will be coming in the future. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you. And another line from line Nancy Espana. Your line is open.
Hello, my name is Nancy Espana, and I live on 89th Street. I've lived here for 40-some years, and I have to say I have watched Penn Lake go down. It used to be very clean. It's not so clean ever since the park was put in, and I'm afraid that these added homes living there is going to affect the quality of the lake. We actually have eagles now, but we used to have egrets. We still have blue herons, but I'm afraid of what's going to happen to the wildlife and the quality of the lake. Plus the drainage. We used to have water out halfway up our backyard, so the city engineers fixed some of it after the flood. I wonder what will happen with the drainage once they add that from lowering the grade and more families. I don't think this is the place to put it. Please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
And there are no further comments on the queue. Please continue, Mayor.
Very good. We've heard from a number of folks, and we have no further folks in the queue. Council, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing so we can get to our discussion.
Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, so moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close passes 7-0. So, Council, a lot to consider here. And first, do we have any additional just short follow-up questions for staff before we get into our discussion? Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question actually, I thought I just saw him here. My question actually is for Mr. Furlong, if he's still available.
I believe Mr. Furlong is available.
Yes.
Thank you. I apparently missed this, but there was apparently a comment I believe you made regarding something to the effect of $80,000 for parks that I apparently missed. But could you clarify that, what you meant by that?
Mr. Furlong?
Yes, Council Member Coulter. The park dedication fee that has been assigned to this development is $80,000. It's in our DRC notes.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I apparently missed that in what you had to say, but someone had contacted me about that. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
So, Mayor, are we going to answer some of these questions that were asked by the public of the? Cause I took a couple of notes here of things I want to know about that the public asked about.
What would you need to? What would you like to know about, Councilmember Lohman?
Yeah. All right. So let me just I'll go through this as quickly as I possibly could. This one here is for the developer, Steve. So could you build a house on that lot for $250,000 to $350,000 on that property lot? I think that was the question that was kind of placed. Could you make that work? And I think I heard you say that wasn't something you could make work.
Mr. Furlong?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lohman, the underlying site preparation costs, stormwater systems, utilities, the 18,000 yards of fill. If we move a yard of dirt, we have to have the stormwater systems it is financially not feasible to build a single family home for under $650,000.
Thank you. That's what I need. Moving on here. I got some legal questions here. One of the folks had asked Mayor around zoning codes. This does not meet the zoning code laws. If we implement this, we will have broken the laws. Any idea in terms of what laws that they're referring to?
Well, I would think, Councilmember Lohman, that yes, if we tried to build as it is currently zoned as an R1, no, it would not be legal to do. That's why part of the proposal here is to rezone this to an R3. And that's how I interpreted that question, that yes, as it currently stands, we would not be able to build here unless there's a change in the comp plan and then there's a change in the zoning as well.
Okay, that's the way I followed it too. I don't need anything other than that for that question there. And then there was some discussion about Martin Luther Manor. And my understanding of that, Mayor, is we've had a number of groups, they talk about this, but the main difference between this particular site, from my understanding, is that we have a main artillery and a collector street that is the difference here. And the main part of that characteristic question that was asked in that particular case that went before the Minnesota Supreme Court, my understanding was that the institution was not on one of those main artillery roads or collector streets. Is my analysis, or even part of my analysis, correct in terms of thinking about this and how this would be different from this particular site?
Councilmember, I'll let staff interrupt me if I speak incorrectly, but I think that is correct. And I think the biggest difference is Martin Luther Manor was a conditional use permit, and this is a rezoning. So I mean, that's the biggest difference. A lot of folks use Martin Luther Manor as a comparison. The truth is, it's very hard to do apples to apples comparisons across the city, and doing one thing does not necessarily set a rock solid, you must do it for the rest of time precedent. But especially in this instance, that was a conditional use permit. This is a rezoning.
Thank you for that. Just a few more here, Mayor. And it looks like you're doing a pretty good job answering these questions, so I'll just keep dialoguing with you. So from the sense of property value decrease, we heard the question about that the retailer put forward that there may be a decrease in property value. Anything to substantiate that, either from staff or from any of the studies that we've seen when we've done this in other parts of either the city or an area?
And I guess I'd turn to Mr. Johnson if he wants to fill in, but I think Mr. Johnson made the comments earlier that on the aggregate, I think property values go up, but he also made the comment that some on the granular, where there's some very specific instances where yes, property values may indeed go down. So, Mr. Johnson, did I get that correct?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for summarizing my comments. You're right on the mark. I think that I'm not a real estate. I don't work in assessing. I don't focus. The focus of our work isn't on values. That doesn't make us immune or, non-listening to the concerns about values. I think that those are very legitimate concerns expressed by neighbors of all sorts of different development projects. What I was really trying to emphasize is that people try and extrapolate kind of the bad case scenarios over all development as it pertains to far and wide nearby properties from development. And I think in the aggregate, in the big picture, it's more difficult to draw that connection with localized, very specific instances. It may be more possible to draw those connections, but we don't have any studies or evidence introduced into the record in this case that demonstrates that there will be a demonstrable reduction in property values associated with this project.
Thanks for that particular comment. From my understanding, another question that was raised was that people did not know about this, that there was no interaction between the developer and the community. That is an inaccurate statement. My understanding is that there was a public meeting with on a couple of different occasions with the developer. Is that true?
Mayor, this is Nick Johnson in planning again. If I may speak to that, I think people's frustration in that regard might relate to our distances for required notification for a public notice. The state requires a distance of 350 feet from a development project. We mail out to a distance of 500 feet from all the projects. I've received some comments of remorse or frustration that properties as far away as a quarter mile or, further away from the subject properties weren't specifically notified. What we do is we follow city code. Certainly, I've been in consultation and conversation with many folks in the neighborhood. I think that there's been a lot of public input on this project from an early on standpoint, but I don't want to also at the same time minimize feelings or that some of the neighbors may have in that regard.
Thanks for that,
We followed the code.
Thanks for that clarification. Environmental impact statement and DNR, anything around those environmental pieces? I said I'd get back to that. There's concerns around that. Any additional information around environmental stuff?
Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, a required environmental assessment worksheet, EAW, is the lowest threshold environmental review. That's triggered for townhome projects of 100 units or more. So a 15-unit project wouldn't trigger that minimum. If you know, directed by the council or some other body, in order needed to make a decision in this case that some additional analysis was needed, that's something that the applicant would have to consider of how they would respond to that request. But typically a townhome or a development of this size would not trigger under state law a required environmental review.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put a button on that piece. Last question here. Sorry about this, folks.
That's okay.
I think the question was asked, does this make sense building something that destroys the character of the neighborhood? This is in conflict with the zoning. I'm not looking for an answer for that, but that was a question that was asked to the council. And I think that's a good question that I think we ought to look at or consider as we're looking at this particular piece. That's it. Thank you, guys.
You are correct, Councilmember Lohman. That is a question that is a key question here. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In a similar vein to Councilmember Lohman, there was a couple things that came out that I just wanted to follow up on. There was a question about flooding at Penn Circle in that area, and that the city had said that there couldn't be additional impervious surface. So I guess two parts of that. What is the history of flooding there? And second part of that is, will any of the mitigation efforts of this project, if it move forward, impact either positively or negatively on that flooding?
Mr. Johnson, or should we bring in Mr. Keel on this one, or Mr. Greedle?
Councilmember Nelson, this is Brian Greedle. I think I can address this one. So as far as the impervious surface comment that Ms. Hunt made regarding the impervious surface within the 100-year floodplain, so any work within the 100-year floodplain is regulated. You have to have compensatory storage, so that would be any area that is subject to flooding. So the FEMA floodplain and our floodplain ordinance would impact that. As far as flooding down at Penn Lake Circle or Penn Circle, our modeling doesn't show that we have a flood concern at that area. However, I do know that we only have a few catch basins down in that area, and catch basins can be prone to plugging during certain times of the year, especially fall and spring. And so if we do have plugging of catch basins down there, that could certainly result in some localized flooding.
Regardless of how this turns out, is that something you could work with them to take a look at and see what that concern is, specifics?
Councilmember Nelson, we can take a more detailed look at the impacts on the capacity of the inlets down at Penn Lake Circle.
Okay, thank you. One of the other issues was the cut-through traffic on Hague Road. And Mayor, I know this is an issue in terms of traffic that you brought up a number of times. We have a number of situations within our community already where people are kind of cutting through residential neighborhoods. And, it's something that I think is needed to be looked at on a future basis. But I guess my question is, from staff, and this is probably Mr. Roberts, is what impact is expected from this project on that issue?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, happy to answer that. The volumes on Hague Road, Knox Avenue are all pretty typical for residential streets in the city. Hague, I think, carries about 300 cars a day. Knox Avenue gets around 500 cars a day. Those are actually typical to a little bit to the low side. for residential streets. And we always like to see those residential streets under 1,000 cars a day. It's kind of our rough rule of thumb. And so as long as they're operating within that, we're pretty okay with that. The concern here is that there's going to be an incentive, a time incentive for folks to cut through that neighborhood to get to 35W. And if you actually go out there, we did evaluate that. And if you go out there, there's not a real significant time advantage to doing so versus sticking to the arterial road. There are certain times of day when it could be faster for a driver or two to go through that neighborhood, though. And the question is that an impact? The difference between a car with or a street with 300 cars a day and 305 cars a day or 301 cars a day is you will never notice that as a resident. That's well within our rounding errors for the numbers we actually count on these streets. So there could be folks from these townhomes, if this is approved, that do drive through the neighborhood from time to time, but that's not a significant impact because it's a very small number of people doing so, such that a resident would not know any difference. You won't perceive that kind of a difference living in the street.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up on that. I know that as part of the 35W 494 interchange, there may be potential changes to that intersection. Do we have any details on what the 82nd entrances at 35? Do we know what those might be and how likely those changes are?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, we're just getting the details on that right now. And the main thing is that it will limit access off of the freeway ramps over what's there now, but we don't have a lot of details. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson, one other issue I just want to follow up on is that the neighborhood cut through is a significant concern, but we don't see it right now. Knox Avenue there at 82nd Street, it's about 500 cars a day. So not even the people that are living in that neighborhood now are using Knox at 82nd Street very heavily. It's just not seeing a lot of traffic now. So the idea that somehow this is going to get a lot of cut through when there's not even a reason for the people living there to use that route now kind of detracts from that argument a bit.
And then my last follow-up question from what I heard in comments was regarding the spacing of the driveway. And can you help me understand what the county's issue is with spacing? Because I look at that street and there are a handful of driveways already on Penn Avenue across the street. There's Penn Circle. There are driveways along the entire eastern side. If you go to the south, there's driveways up and down that part of Penn Avenue. Is the spacing this would be too close to one of those streets or a circle, or help me understand what that issue, what the county's concern is there.
So Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson, if I could address that, anytime you have a driveway, it opens up the potential for crashes. Anytime you have a new driveway, it opens up a little bit of a reduction in your capacity of your roadway. It's not to say that any new driveway is fundamentally unsafe or a problem, but that it opens up the opportunity for some degradation in the performance of your roadway. So as a general rule, road agencies don't like new driveways when they can help it, because there's always that potential that it could affect the road adversely. And so the county's standard policy is to try to limit the number of accesses between a point. That has to be balanced with the ability to access private property. And so they're trying to strike a reasonable balance there. So they do make exceptions to that policy when that's warranted, when that's justified. So to say that a new driveway there that goes against this policy is unsafe is not true. You have to look at the specific details of that driveway. But as a rule, you do try to discourage new driveways as a road management agency.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council, any additional questions of staff or of Mr. Furlong at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you. Councilmember Lohman did a wonderful job of articulating the questions. I have some particularly interesting information about the demand for townhomes in Bloomington. I live in a townhome development, as I believe you and most of the council members also know. Last spring, we had a townhome a couple doors down from me go on the market, and it had over 100 people come through on the showing. And at the end of the day, it had 8 offers. So the majority of my neighbors who moved in since I've lived here all come from Bloomington. What they do is they're downsizing, they're selling their home, they're now empty nesters and don't need the large 4-bedroom, 2-story home that they previously occupied, and find that townhomes meet their needs quite nicely. And we have a real problem in serving the public with that. It's been 15 years since we've had a townhome project in our city, and there's a void and deficit in there as the population ages. And we need this kind of diversity to continue to be a vibrant city. So that's my non-real estate view, but anecdotal experiences with townhome developments.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I can't disagree with what Councilmember Beloga had to say. I think there absolutely is a need for townhome development, different types of homes within the city of Bloomington, especially the attractive, the one-floor living that I think was described here. And in a lot of ways, this would be, I think, a good development to meet that need. It is on an arterial and a feeder street. It is infill development. It would meet that housing need that we've been talking about. But at the same time, I keep coming back to the notion, a couple of different notions. First of all, of that neighborhood compatibility and how it fits with the neighborhood, how it changes the character of the neighborhood. And it does that, I think, in a number of different ways. I think to take out at least minimum 600 trucks worth of soil, that's a lot of dirt. And that would definitely change the character of that corner just in the way that corner looks and the way that corner operates. To remove the number of trees that would be needed to make this project work certainly changes the character of that corner. Again, changes the character of the neighborhood. I think the density. I think the density is probably one of the more concerning pieces that I have with it. I could see this project working with significantly fewer. I don't know how much. I don't know what the word significantly means, but with fewer townhomes on that site, I could see this perhaps working with a little bit more space between, with a little more green space, with a little less compaction. I appreciate the notion of trying to move the townhomes closer to the street to kind of get that urban feel. But this isn't an urban street corner. This is a street corner across from a park and in a single family neighborhood. I do believe that it would change the character of the neighborhood to a point where it would affect the neighborhood. And agreed, we need this type of housing in Bloomington. We need more options for folks in Bloomington. Fully agree with the comment that Councilmember Carter made earlier. We need to go through our areas in Bloomington and figure out that would make areas that would make most sense as R3 development. Unfortunately, I don't think this piece of land, this property, this parcel, is a good spot for this development, this proposal for R3. I'm just not convinced that it wouldn't affect the character of the neighborhood to the point that it would be a very, very negative impact on the neighborhood. Others? Thoughts on that? Thoughts on your own? Councilmember Beloga and Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. R3 is a specific type of density, and we're looking at other kinds of locations for that. And for instance, the Lindale Townhomes across from Toro, and the same questions come up. change in the character of the neighborhood, loss of value, too high a density, access, and so forth. And yet we talk about all the time about the regulations and the roadblocks our city council puts forth for development. And now when we have opportunities for them, we push those aside. I just think what we need to do is decide our direction and be steady on that course. With respect to the character of the land, you're correct. Although I believe in the same token, I heard Mr. Furlong say that a substantial amount of earth and trees would need to be removed even to redevelop as a multiple single family units in that location. And I'd like to check on that with Mr. Furlong to see if I am understanding his comments correctly or misunderstanding. But I will be supporting the comprehensive guide plan amendment to re-guide this land from low to medium residential density because I believe that it's a requirement of our city to meet the needs of its residents going forward. And it is for residents. One of the callers did say that these would be for people moving into the area, not living here. And again, my experience, it's to meet the needs of our current residents who will be freeing up other single family homes for reoccupancy, possibly from people migrating out of apartments or new into the city.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Furlong, a quick response to Councilmember Beloga's question about necessary site work regardless of the density of the development?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Beloga, the prior owners and the current owners and I all approached city planning with single family development possibilities, and all of them required us to bring out the same amount of soil and required us to include the same stormwater mitigation systems, which are incredibly expensive. And the utilities here were not designed to allow us to put in 7 or 8 single family homes. So all those extensive costs would still apply.
To clarify things, Councilmember Beloga?
No, I guess from the comments of Mr. Furlong, I understood correctly. So irrespective of what the zoning is, the same impact to the land and trees would occur to have any development.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess just real quick and kind of tangentially related, I think it might be worth having a conversation, especially with the new transparency and engagement pillar, about reevaluating our notice radius. I just know every once in a while a project comes before us and there was a substantial number of homes that, for whatever reasons of geography, were just outside of the notification range. So I won't spend too much time on that, but it might be worth looking at. I guess I'm kind of two minds on this, and I won't reiterate a lot of what's been said, but I really think, say, the next generation, 40, 50 years from now, the continued vibrancy of the city is going to depend on us having a comprehensive strategy for using developments like this, surrounding our higher intensity use, our commercial nodes, and combining that mix of centers of density and then these traditional single family neighborhoods. The timing point that was raised earlier, I think, is the key here. Not having had that broader conversation about how we can use developments to help spark some new life, again, particularly those commercial nodes. makes it a little bit tough to evaluate this in a vacuum. I don't necessarily think it's too many units in this one particular spot. I appreciate the concerns about wildlife and especially stormwater management, but from the data I'm seeing from staff and experts, it doesn't seem like it's going to be too big of a problem. I guess for me, what I'm getting hung up on is the dual site access to the roads. I appreciate the traffic data that was provided, but I took 2-3 laps through there just today at kind of random times, and it was a pretty bustling area. So to have the enter and egress from the park, right across the street from the access on 86th, and then potentially having all of the entry and exits from that kind of outpouring onto 86, it just seems like it end up being quite a lot. I do appreciate the timing around financing and getting things moving. It just would have been kind of nice to have a firmer commitment or answer from Hennepin County on if they were going to allow any non-emergency traffic out that west side. So I look forward to having a broader conversation about these proactive rezonings, because I really do think the continued vibrancy of the city over the next few decades is going to depend on us leveraging projects like this in a smart way to generate that growth. So.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess this is a really tough one, obviously, since, there are so many factors at play here and lots of opinions from residents. And so I guess I just want to say that, in general, I am very, supportive of increasing density and definitely am supportive of more housing options for people at different life stages and across different incomes and different abilities and just with different housing preferences. And honestly, being a city that is pretty much built out and not a lot of opportunity for expansion, this is a really, really challenging issue in front of us. But the fact is, we are the third largest city in the metro area, and we are going to continue to grow, and we're going to continue to change in ways that are going to look different or probably going to be uncomfortable for some people that are living in our city. I do think that this site would be good for development of more than 1 or 2 family homes because of all of the reasons stated, like being on a collector and arterial road, access to transit, and access to other amenities. And my hope would be that one day Penn Ave is a much more, pedestrian friendly and vibrant corridor where, people can walk and bike up and down from American down to 90th and Penn. And so, but I do live in this area and I do drive through that intersection every day. And, my 10-year-old wants to ride his bike over to 90th and Penn every day and wants to cross. And I don't let him because it just doesn't feel safe. And so I do have concerns related to the traffic issues, the safety of the ride in and out on Penn. I also do have concerns about the environmental impacts, the net loss of about 50 trees. And then I do agree with the mayor that it does seem like a lot on these 2 parcels. And I would be much more supportive if it were a lower number of townhomes. So then my last comment is back to my very first question and something that Councilmember Martin and the mayor have brought up again, but really moving forward, being more proactive about the areas in the city that we do want to encourage R3 developments and be more proactive in our efforts versus being reactive, like in a situation like this.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In no particular order and probably a little bit rambling, but Councilmember Beloga brought up his own personal experience, and I could tell you when I bought my house where I'm at right now, the former owners bought a townhome in Bloomington. As my family grew, I looked for a bigger house. As their family shrunk, as their kids moved out, they looked for a smaller house, and they did exactly what Councilmember Beloga is talking about. And we have a lot of seniors that are looking to stay within our community and looking for properties to stay within the community here and move into, and maybe they don't want to maintain or don't have the need for their larger home that they lived in for many years. So I absolutely agree that is real. in terms of whether or not medium density makes sense at that corner, in my mind, it does. I look throughout the community, and medium density in conjunction with single family is done throughout our community. Bloomington Ferry and 106th, Bloomington Ferry up a little bit farther at 98th, Nesbitt and 100 and or Nesbitt and 94th. I mean, I look throughout where I go throughout my neighborhoods, and it's there. And to the question of would I tolerate it in my own neighborhood, I have an approximately 90 townhome property within the neighborhood I live in. I walk by it, I drive by it all the time. It's absolutely integrated. It seems great. It does not negatively impact the character of the neighborhood here that I live in at all. There's another medium density, and that one's not even on a major corner. It doesn't meet some of the criteria that we're talking about Collector and Arterial Streets. There's another medium density portion of my neighborhood in the southwest corner as well. And again, you know, my daughter had a friend in there, and they get together and play. And you know, I think that's the type of thing. I do believe these are compatible. Where I think that I look at these as the concern about this is that water management issue and the impact of that. I do believe that one has been addressed by staff. Safety one is a little bit more difficult there, as Councilmember Carter just mentioned, in terms of that intersection, the proximity to that intersection, getting to the park. In terms of walkable and bikeable, I mean, it's a great area. You can go down, you can go to the library, you can go down to the little shopping center there, go to Penn Lake Roast Beef and get a sandwich. You know, there is those types of activities in that area that could be there, but you know, the safety one is definitely a priority, and the parking. There's just that's partly difficult, but you know, it seems like there aren't a lot of good places for that overflow parking, and so I appreciate that staff pushed a little bit more to get more parking in there. But you know, if we're going to really commit to building home ownership opportunities in our community, for people to stay within our community, I think these are the types of things we need to take a look at and be open to, and give serious consideration when they'll work. So that's, I guess, and my rambling thoughts at this point.
Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you. So when I look at this, there's a number of things that I could say about this. But I think really the question here is, you know, the question that I think Mr. Klaus asked. You know, does it make sense to build something that destroys the character of the neighborhood? This may be in conflict with the zoning, and I think that's a good question. And so our zoning is looked at in terms of what we've done with our process of in a sense looking at our overall comprehensive plan. And in that plan, it wasn't just this neighborhood that got together. It was not only the council, but also the planning commissioners, and we had residents that we had brought forward into this entire review of this 2040 plan. And one of the things we talked about specifically is around affordable housing and about density, increasing density across the city, and also in terms of providing additional options for people to live in. So the first question that I ask myself when I look at this particular property is, well, what can be done there? Well, what I hear the developer saying, and he even talks about the history of what the other folks have done, they haven't been able to pull off that single family home that would, in a sense, answer that question that the resident answered, you know, in terms of destroying the particular character of the neighborhood. The reality of the situation that we're in is that we're in a new paradigm in this area. And 10 years from now, I think we're going to look back to this day and say to ourselves, we probably should have done this. And the question I keep asking myself is, yes, does it make sense to put a $650,000 house on the corner of Penn and 86th Street? Some may say that it's in terms of safety, that safety is a concern. Well, the safety concerns would be there in my mind, whether it's a single family house or it's 15 houses that are there. They still remain. That means we need to look at the safety of those areas. I think that as we look at this particular proposal that's before us today, those environmental concerns, I certainly have them. Let's look at putting in an environmental impact piece to this particular resolution. If we're concerned about access, let's go ahead and put something into this resolution where we deal with the access piece on Penn Avenue. But I think when we look at this from, when people say, listen to our neighbors are screaming. They're saying, I'm reaching an age in my life where I can't afford to live in the house I live in. I'm looking for places because I want to relocate into Bloomington. I think in 10 to 15 years, this will not be seen. Sean, you've made it yourself. You said it yourself perfectly, that it fits the character of the new neighborhood that we're trying to build. So the question that I ask the council is, are we trying to go back in time or are we trying to move forward? And part of moving forward is what we put in that comprehensive plan. And this is the density that's there. And yes, I understand what people are saying. They don't want that built next to their house, but it's not feasible. Are we going to leave that property vacant for another 10 to 15 years while we try to decide what we're going to do? I hope not. I hope that we will support the future of where the city is going. I always have believed that this needs to be a city of choice. This is an opportunity for us to provide that choice from our residents.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, a comment that Councilmember Lohman just made reminded me of something, and I looked it up, and it turns out unfeasible is in fact a word, but non-feasible is also an appropriate antonym of feasible. So just to sort of close the loop on that one, I have been thinking about this a lot over the last few weeks, as I imagine we all have. I spoke with a number of residents today, and I truly came in undecided. I know some folks don't always believe that we do when we say that, but I came in with an open mind. I wanted to hear what residents had to say. And I think in my time on the council, I've been pretty clear that I am an advocate for greater density. As it's been said tonight, we not only are we a built out city, but we can't change that particular destiny. We are surrounded by freeways and a river. We can't go out the way Maple Grove and Lakeville and other cities can. And to be clear, density, I don't think is something to be afraid of. But to put an even finer point on it, it's already happening in the city of Bloomington. Just in the time between the 2010 census and the most recent Met Council population estimates, we've added more than 200, or almost, I should say, almost 200 people per square mile in the city of Bloomington. We are becoming more dense as a city. That is just a reality. And so the choice that we face is, do we deny that? Do we try and prevent it? Do we stand in the way of it? Or do we accept it as an opportunity to shape our future? And I believe that the better choice, I think, for all of us is the second option. So I do support re-guiding and rezoning a property. I think it absolutely does make sense to have medium density residential. As has been pointed out, it does work right next to single family homes. The part that I do have some trepidation about, and concerns have been raised, is sort of the specifics of this proposal, the specifics of the plans as they are. And I don't believe that the concerns that have been raised as far as safety and wildlife and all of that are, I don't believe those are insurmountable. But at this point, I cannot support the development plans themselves. So to clarify, I will be supporting the rezoning and re-guiding, but I will not be supporting the development plans at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Lohman, your hand is still up. Is that a new hand or is that an old hand?
Well, I was going to put it down, and then I was thinking about we're probably at the point where we need to make a motion here. So I'm going to put my hand down and wait to see what we want to talk about next.
Well, I think it would be perfectly within your right. I think everyone has had the opportunity to speak now. Just hearing the discussion and hearing the back and forth, I think it might be time for a motion. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess I just am wondering if there are concerns for, Councilmember Coulter, maybe others, if any of those might be able to be addressed through conditions. And I guess that's kind of an open question to them on that part of it. So.
Councilmember Coulter, do you have a response at all?
I guess what I would say, given the fact that it's 11:30 at night, I'm generally wary of crafting conditions on the fly like this anyway. I think I grow warier as the hour grows later. Like I said, I don't think any of those are insurmountable, and I know the work is ongoing. So if others want to step up and try and craft something, I'm certainly willing to discuss it. But I don't know that it would particularly serve our purposes here tonight.
Councilmember Lohman?
Do we still have the developer with us, or is he left for the evening? Because I know that
I think Mr. Furlong is still with us.
So I guess my question I would ask Mr. Furlong is, I know you shared. I did have a conversation both with the leader of the Penn Group folks, and then also with the developer. My question for you is, if we were able to put some conditions together between now and the next meeting, that if we could gain some support to do that, would that be something that would impact your ability to be able to move this project forward? That'd be my question for the developer.
Any more specifics there, Councilmember Lohman?
Sure. I guess the concerns I've heard are around the environment. So adding some type of condition around the environment. I've heard access issues. So putting some. Now, of course, the details of this we would need to discuss, and maybe Councilmember Beloga has got some specifics. I haven't had a chance to kind of draft anything up. And then the last thing I heard was from Councilmember Coulter, and I'm struggling to remember exactly what that was that you were looking for to try to add that to that. So I'm hearing three different conditions that we would add to this in order to get this to a yes. So
before we talk to Mr. Furlong about any specifics, Mr. Verbrugge, your thoughts, ideas on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I think that perhaps there's a path here that Councilmember Lohman and Councilmember Nelson are leading us towards that could work. It may be that we split up these motions this evening and possibly continue a couple others. The reason being that the comp plan amendment requires a 5-vote supermajority, while the other actions are 4-vote actions, other than the summary publication, which is a 5. But it may be wise to test whether there is council support for the proposed comp plan amendment and the rezoning, and if there is indeed enough support to move forward with that, we could continue the development plan to consider conditions to a subsequent meeting. We do have time within the allotted time frame for the development application.
Something to think about there. Councilmember Beloga, you thoughts on that, or additional thoughts that you had?
Pretty much the same as what Manager Verbrugge had, is that if we can't pass the first item, there's no need to worry about the subsequent items. So In that vein, I will move that in case PL 2020-133, that we adopt a resolution approving a comprehensive guide amendment to re-guide 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue South from low density residential to medium density residential.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Nelson.
We have Councilmember Beloga with a motion and a second by Councilmember Nelson to adopt the resolution approving a comprehensive guide plan amendment to re-guide 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue South from low density residential to medium density residential. Council discussion on this? Seeing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. So motion carries 7-0. Move that along. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In case PL 2020-133, I move to adopt the ordinance rezoning 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue South from R1 to R3 PD.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
Got a motion by Councilmember Beloga, second by Councilmember Lohman to adopt an ordinance rezoning 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue South from R1 to R3. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So now, Council will have to decide, do we want to continue on with the series of motions that we have here, or do we want to continue and maybe work toward something that we're all more comfortable with? I will leave that up to the Council.
And Mr. Mayor, before we do that, there's summary publication of the ordinance.
Yes.
My apologies.
Thank you.
My apologies. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you. In case PL 2020-133, I move to adopt the resolution authorizing summary publication of the rezoning ordinance.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We got a motion and a second for summary publication. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Now the question that I had asked previously, do we want to continue down this path with the last two motions regarding this, or do we want to move this and try and work toward conditions and then table this and come back at it at another meeting? Councilmember Carter, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you. I really like the idea of tabling this to our next meeting and identifying some conditions based on the conversation that we've had tonight and the concerns that we've raised.
Is that a motion, Councilmember Carter?
Yes.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter to, what's the correct term, Councilmember Lohman? Is it table, lay over, continue?
It is table with the way our things are set up
very good.
right now. So she's right. And I'd be willing to provide a second if the applicant is okay with that, because I want to be sure that our applicant, I know there were some concerns about pending this over, and I don't know when our next meeting is. So I just want to just be sure that that's okay with the applicant to do that.
Mr. Furlong?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilmember Lohman. Not really. The concerns we have, I should say the conditions that we have to meet yet, even if we approve the final two items, are pretty extensive. We have to go through the Watershed District Board for approval. and the DNR and the Metropolitan Council. So there are some additional conditions. We have to go through building and inspections for a building permit. We have to go through Hennepin County for the pen access. And so those conditions are already there. Despite your approval, we still have to meet all those other things. Timing of this project is really important. We still have a long lead time yet to get underway construction, and that could potentially derail the project, just the timing in the market. So, and the commercial financing aspect is a concern as well. That environment is changing very rapidly, as well as material and labor. So, instead of crafting my suggestion, instead of crafting additional conditions, is let those other conditions stand on their own merit, maybe examine those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furlong.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, so does the applicant have to have the approval of the council tonight before he can move forward with the other approvals that are going to be needed for the project?
Mr. Johnson, what are the specific steps that need to happen as we move forward here?
Mayor Nick Johnson, Councilmember Carter, I sincerely apologize. I was distracted working on a staff comment. Can you repeat the question? My sincerest apology. In terms of the preliminary development and plans have to be approved before getting a building permit?
No worries. So yeah, I just asked, I asked for clarification of the process. So does the applicant need to get approval tonight from us before he can move forward, getting the other necessary approvals to ensure the project can happen?
And if I could clarify, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Furlong was noting the approval of, for example, the watershed district and other entities where he would need approval to move forward on this.
Yeah, thank you for the reclarification. Prior to doing any development activity, he has to get approval of the preliminary and final development plans that are before you. In order to do that, the watershed district will not take up the action formally. In other words, hold a board action item on it until the city acts. So he's not wrong in terms of that timeline. Just to reiterate, as Manager Verbrugi said, there is time still within the 120-day timeline that the city has under state law to take action on such an application. But that does not speak to the developer's timeline in terms of when they want to begin work on the site.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Now, just to clarify further, I believe we had a motion by Councilmember Carter, and I think Councilmember Lohman officially seconded the motion to lay this on to table this until a further meeting. Now, despite the developer's dislike of that possibility, we have that in front of us. So, Council, any discussion on that? Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little uncertain of what it is that we're looking for additional conditions. I know there was the environmental review, and as Mr. Furlong has said, that's the watershed district, that the access is Hennepin County. And unfortunately, I did not get, I think there were 3, maybe there's more, but those are the 2 that I got, and I believe that the conditions already covered it. So whoever it was, if they could elaborate on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember, I honestly can't remember who had the 3rd condition that they were talking. There was a couple of folks that I think were putting different ideas together.
Yeah, I think it was Councilmember Coulter, Mayor. Something with safety, maybe. I think, and maybe I misunderstood, and maybe.
Sorry, I don't know if I would classify what I brought up as a separate condition. I think it was more contained in the previous 2 comments, but just looking more to sort of proactively address some of the concerns that we heard from the neighbors.
Councilmember Martin, a question?
Yeah, well, and just to briefly clarify, it wasn't so much any kind of access, but if Hennepin County was going to draw a hard line and say this can only be emergency vehicles, that's something I have a problem with. I would hope the residents there can use that access as well.
Councilmember Nelson is new hand or an old hand?
Old hand.
Old hand. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and council members,
Mr.
if I
Verbrugge.
may, thank you. The items that staff noted as potential additional conditions were safety, wildlife, water, and trees. And I think that there is something we can look at on those issues. Mr. Johnson could work with the developer. The one thing I would ask the council with the motion is perhaps to clarify that you're taking both the preliminary and the final the preliminary and final development plan, as well as the preliminary plat for continuation, and maybe specify to bring it back at the October 19th meeting, just so we have a date certain.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. So, Councilmember Beloga?
I'd still like to have whatever conditions that we are wanting laid out so that we understand them, so that we don't bring new items to the table at our next council meeting that staff won't have the opportunity to address.
I think that's part of the discussion, is that we laid out those 4 possibilities, and I'm assuming that there will be new items brought to the table just because the conditions will be considered and discussed about different ways that they might be able to be done. Wouldn't they? I mean, that's kind of the way I'm reading it, that it would be a further discussion at our next meeting. So I don't know that we can say specifically what they're going to be now, or if we can answer all questions around them right now.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could,
please.
I think you mentioned 4 items, and again, I have environmental review and access. So maybe it's the hour, but if someone could fill me in on the other 2, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Verbrugge, you listed the 4 things that staff had listed as possible items.
Yeah, the comments that we heard, Mr. Mayor and council members, was wildlife, safety, water, and trees. And at least on a couple of those things, I think they're a conversation. I think a couple of them may be beyond the purview of what we're looking to do. But I think within the time frame that we can at least better address the concerns to the satisfaction of the council members anyway, to maybe consider the action, knowing that those addressed were given more thought, even if we can't specifically come up with language or conditions.
Councilmember Beloga, does that clarify things and help a little bit?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So if so we had the motion and the second on the table. If Councilmember Carter, if you'd be willing to accept an amendment that adds it to a date certain of October, what day did we say? 15th? 19th, excuse me. October 19th is a date certain, and that we would be both putting on the table the preliminary and final development plans, as well as the preliminary plat. If be willing to add those to your motions, just so we're clear as to what exactly we're doing here.
Yes, I am.
Councilmember Lohman, would you continue your second on that?
Absolutely.
Council, any further questions or discussions on this? Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I am just wondering if within that time period, we'd be able to get a definitive answer from Hennepin County on that access. That's something we can help the developer get, or I don't know what their process is.
Why don't we put that on the wish list of things that we'll try and have staff work on between now and then to try and work closely with Hennepin County to figure that one out. All right. Additional questions or comments, concerns? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Do you want me to restate the motion, and everybody clear as what we're doing here? I will restate it very quickly here. The motion is to table until the October 19th meeting, a decision on preliminary and final development plans and preliminary plat on the item that we're working on, based on the items that we had discussed in terms of trees, water, wildlife, and safety, as well as the agreement with Hennepin County. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Buskey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So we've got some work to do between now and October 19th. Significant amount of work, I think, to address some of the questions and do what we can to mitigate concerns and see if we can get to a point where we're comfortable. Do what we can to make sure that the developer can meet his needs, but also that we want to continue to involve the neighborhood as much as possible and hear their concerns and their issues along with everything else that we're going to be working on. So I think we're clear on that, staff. And
Mayor, if I don't want to interrupt, delay you any further, I'm sorry, I'm a long-winded individual. I
Mr.
think
Johnson.
there's a final plat application too. It's my assumption that you also want to continue the final plat. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, I don't know. But there's a final plat application as well.
I may have said preliminary plat.
Mayor,
You're right. I did say preliminary plat. I didn't read far enough in the motion that was written. Ms. Manderscheid, can you get us out of this, or do we have to do it again?
No, Mayor, I think that the intent that I heard from the original motioner, and maybe the motioner and seconder could confirm, but there was an intent to table the final two motions that are in the request for council action. In those motions, there's a discussion about the preliminary and final development plan. And then the final motion that's in the packet is the preliminary plat and the final plat. So there, as you mentioned, there are longer length motions, but it was my understanding that the intent of the motioner and the seconder was to table both of those final two staff recommendation motions. Maybe they could confirm orally on the record.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
I thought
I thought it was just an abbreviation that the mayor was using.
Very good. Thank you. Council, looking at the hour, we're at 10 to 12 right now. Here's what I'm going to recommend we do. I recommend, since we have the public hearing scheduled for the next item, 8.5, to move through that as quickly as we are able to, the warehousing limited city code amendment. Then push off till a subsequent meeting the approval of the special revenue fund budgets and enterprise fund budgets, as well as the council rules of procedure. I do think we should take a few minutes to make the appointment to the Human Rights Commission because it would be something we could tick off pretty easily, I would think. If everybody is amenable to that, I will make that a motion to amend the remaining agenda to move item 9.1 and item 9.3 to...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor and council members. We were planning to have a continuing conversation about rules of procedure on October 12th, so we can move it to our study session. The the budget consideration, we will move out to October 19th.
So move item 9.1 to October 19th and item 9.3 to October 12th.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We got a motion and a second to make the changes to the agenda as stated. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Buskey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So let's move on then to item 8.5, a public hearing on the warehousing limited city code amendment. And...
Good evening, Mayor Buskey, council members. I have a quick presentation on this item.
Good evening, Mr. Markegard. Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for sticking with us this late.
So this is a privately initiated code amendment, and it would do two things. Would add a new use and definition to the zoning ordinance, and that new use would be limited warehousing, and the definition appears here on the screen. I'll read it quickly. It's the indoor storage of materials, equipment, or products, including such customary and incidental activities as approved with the conditional use permit. Warehousing limited has infrequent truck traffic, no open storage of materials, and does not involve manufacturing. Warehousing limited does not include self-storage facilities, which are defined separately. So First, it creates this new use. And secondly, it adds that use to the B1 zoning district, which is our neighborhood office district. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But it would be added as a conditionally limited use. And that means it may occupy no more than 25% of the total floor area in a particular building. And it would require a conditional use permit that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission, subject to appeal to the City Council. So the neighborhood office district, or B1, we have about 12 areas in the city that are zoned B1, and they're circled here on the map and show up in magenta. The area that the applicant is interested in is on Old Cedar Avenue, 8100 Old Cedar, and that's where the arrow is pointing here. Generally, these are areas that are between single-family residential and other uses or freeways. And this is a photo of the 8100 Old Cedar building. From an applicant's perspective, this would increase the flexibility for property owners, especially with spaces that may not otherwise be leased. And staff does anticipate minimal impact on surrounding uses. So for that reason, both the Planning Commission and staff do recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions of Mr. Markegard? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, do we have an idea, kind of, I don't know, over the last decade or so, how many businesses have been looking for space in Bloomington, but because this warehousing function wasn't possible, decided to go elsewhere maybe? I'm trying to figure out the scope of demand for this type of use.
Mr. Markegard?
This is the first B1 zone site where we've heard of this issue, and we're not sure that it would be utilized in any other B1 sites. It may be, but it was a particular issue at this site, and hence the application.
Councilmember Coulter and then Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, and I maybe I just missed this in the staff report. Is there any requirement in here that this warehousing limited usage would be temporary, or that? And I think based on what I'm reading here, it would not require that the warehousing usage would be used by that particular tenant. So that's two questions as far as temporary, and then would the warehousing usage be by a tenant, or could someone lease space? And I think I know the answer already to the second question.
Mr. Markegard?
Mayor Busse, Councilmember Coulter. Yes, no requirement for it to have a relationship to another tenant in the building, so it could be a fully separate tenant. And in fact, in this case, that's what the applicant would be proposing if the ordinance is approved. And then it would also be permanent. It's not proposed as temporary, but it would be a permanent conditional use.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So two quick questions. One, it's my understanding that we have vacant warehousing space within the city of Bloomington. Does it make sense adding additional warehousing space when we have that situation?
Mr. Markegard?
Mayor Busse, Councilmember Nelson, we do have other warehouse space in the city that would be available. So from a tenant's perspective, they would have other opportunities. I know the property owner, of course, is interested in leasing this remaining vacant space at this site.
I mean, that makes sense. My second question is, what is sort of the tax base, the value for the city of warehousing versus the current permitted uses in B1, like the offices and things like that? Does this reduce our tax base?
Yeah, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Nelson. To the extent that office space pays at a higher rent level, that would add value to a property, and by adding value, that adds to the taxes that would be paid. So yes, office would add more value than warehousing. However, vacant warehousing would add more value than vacant space.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions of Mr. Markegard? Councilmember Lohman.
So I think that I heard the answer to this question with Councilmember Nelson, but I just want to. Someone had raised the question that this may have an adverse effect to our neighborhood node zoning, the ones you've listed up there, to how we're able to increase the amount of employment that we have in those areas. Any truth to that, or is that just speculative? No way to tell one way or the other on that.
Mr. Markegard.
Yes, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman. These B1 areas are not typically in our neighborhood commercial nodes. There are a few of them that are adjacent to nodes, but generally they are isolated, kind of near single-family neighborhoods and between freeways, in many cases, or busy streets.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. I won't belabor this too much, just to make sure I've got my head wrapped around this. So I guess overall my concern is as the office market is kind of tailing off here for a little while, that a lot of this space gets filled with warehousing uses potentially. And then when the market rebounds, that space is locked up with this lower intensity classification, I guess. So am I right in assuming that leased space that's used as a warehousing function is just as valuable in the city of Bloomington as, say, another business coming back in there and taking that 25% after this recovery comes back around?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Martin. Typically, office pays a higher rent level. So if a landowner can lease to office rather than to warehouse, they probably would. So we suspect, as demand for office increases, it would probably displace warehousing in these B1 sites.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Additional questions? Hearing none, Council, what's your pleasure on this?
And I believe we do have the applicant present this evening as well.
I'm sorry. Well, thank you very much to the applicant for sticking it out with us here. I see Mr. Coyle coming up. Mr. Coyle, is there anything you'd like to add?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Apologize for taking your time at this late hour. Appreciate your patience. I want to just remind people that the primary use of any building in this zone is going to remain office. And certainly it's the owner's intention that anytime an opportunity to rent the space for office is available, they're going to take it. This language creates a little bit of flexibility for the owner of the property in the case of somebody who has office space in the B1 zone. It gives them a little bit more flexibility to accommodate a tenant who has some unusual warehousing needs. And if the owner has space available, they can lease that space. But at the end of the day, 75% of the space by code still has to be used for the primary purpose of the zoning, which is office. So this is still a secondary type use within the overall scheme of things for the building. And I think it will have, a relatively small impact overall on the city in terms of warehousing demand, but it will make a big difference for landlords who are struggling right now, frankly, to fill space. And we've learned in the last 3 or 4 months how challenging this market is. And even though this application was started well before, it's really underscored the point that we're trying to make, which is landlords need flexibility in order to fill space, in order to make sure they can pay their bills and frankly pay their taxes. I appreciate your time and I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle, for that clarification. Greatly appreciated. Any questions of Mr. Coyle, Council? Councilmember Nelson, old hand or new hand? Very good. Councilmember Lohman, you question?
Just thank you for bringing this forward to make our business community more competitive.
Very good. With that, this is a public hearing, and I would like to open the public hearing right now on item 8.5, public hearing on warehousing limited, a city code amendment. Ms. Wilson.
Jerome, this is Chris. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Jerome, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, we have one listener connected.
Okay, would they like to speak to agenda item 8.5?
Okay, listener, if you wish to speak for agenda 8.5, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. Should you then press star 1, you may continue.
Thank you.
So, did Jerome tell us we do have somebody on the line still, or?
We have a caller on the line, but they haven't indicated an interest in speaking on this item.
All right. Hearing no one coming forward regarding item 8.5, Council, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Martin.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Lohman to close the public hearing. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. Council, I'd look for a motion one way or another on this item.
Mayor, I can take that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I'll move that we adopt the ordinance amending the city code defining warehousing limited and add the use as conditional limited use in the B1 zoning district.
Beloga, second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Beloga to adopt the ordinance amending city code to define warehousing limited and add use as a conditional limited use in the B1 zoning district. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter? Councilmember Carter?
Aye.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
having some problems here.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Martin, summary publication.
Sure thing, Mayor. I will move to adopt the resolution authorizing some summary publication of the ordinance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Nelson regarding summary publication of this. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman? Councilmember Lohman?
We may have lost Councilmember Lohman. Let's move on.
All right. Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0, and we can move on.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. Ms. Wilson, maybe we could maybe identify who's still on the line and get a callback number for first thing tomorrow, because we're done with our public hearings and we're moving into council organizational business. So if we could figure out who's on the line and make a plan to get in touch with them.
Mr. Mayor, staff receives a call-in report the morning after each meeting, which will help us identify.
Okay, very good. That will work. Then, Council, let's move on to item 9.2, our appointment to our Human Rights Commission. As you know, Human Rights Commission, important commission here in the city of Bloomington, and we have an opening. We had a commissioner who has resigned, leaving the remainder of the term to be filled. And we have 10 different applicants, and we have 1 seat to fill, and this term will expire on February 28th, 2023. So, as we've done in the past, I think what we could do, if we could see if we can come to a conclusion tonight with to being able to name a new Human Rights Commissioner and to find somebody to get to at least 4 votes. And if we don't, we will start to eliminate numbers of people based on if they have 0 or 1 votes until we get down to a number that we can work with. We have done this in the past. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, why don't we start the voting? And it looks like Councilmember Beloga, you're first up in the queue this time.
Leslie Taylor.
Councilmember Carter.
Leslie Taylor.
Councilmember Coulter.
Danielle Indovino-Colley.
Councilmember Lohman, are you with us? Councilmember Martin.
I'll vote for Catherine Gillespie.
Councilmember Nelson.
Leslie Taylor.
And I will cast my vote for Leslie Taylor. And looking at those totals, I believe that we have a majority of 4 votes for Leslie Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, I move to appoint Leslie Taylor to the Human Rights Commission for the unfulfilled term.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to appoint Leslie Taylor to the Human Rights Commission to fill the term expiring February 28th, 2023. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
We'll see if Lohman's back yet. Lohman? Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Congratulations to Ms. Taylor. Welcome to the Human Rights Commission. Council, with our items completed this evening and at the hour of 11 minutes after 12, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, if you
can
we do council or
I'm sorry.
updates, please.
Look at me, just rushing to get through.
And normally I'm not that eager to, share, but we do have some information we want to share this evening. If that's
Mr.
okay.
Verbrugge, I
Thank you, Mr.
apologize.
Mayor and
Council and
members.
policy update, which is item 9.4.
Thank you. So I know that council has been following closely the issue of the several hotels in the community that are offering shelter and assistance for homeless persons. And we've been working with Hennepin County on this issue for several months now. Hennepin County has 2 facilities that they have contracted with during the pandemic to provide shelter. And they are trying to identify some longer-term solutions and will be taking up action this week at their board meeting. They are interested in moving forward with the purchase of an extended stay here in Bloomington for a longer-term solution. So I just wanted to share with council what we know right now and with the community what we know right now, and our commitment to make sure that everybody's informed as we move forward. Hennepin County is pursuing the purchase of the extended stay hotel at American and Lyndale in Bloomington. Their intention is to move some people staying in the Holiday Inns that they're currently contracting with into that location for longer-term housing needs. The people who are currently being housed and who would be potentially relocated into that facility are medically fragile. They have pre-existing conditions that put them at high risk for COVID, or they're elderly. The county will need to go through city approvals to comply with local laws and policies, and the county has committed to this as part of their purchase of the property. The county is using CARES Act dollars for the purchase. That's the federal funding that is intended to assist with expenses related to the pandemic for governmental entities. Hennepin County is committed to no further expansion of their shelter use in Bloomington, and they will try to consolidate their shelter operations into one location by June of next year. As like I said, as staff has more information, we will continue to provide that to the council and the community at upcoming meetings. But we wanted to make sure that the council and the community was aware of this, as the county board has it on their agenda, I believe, for Wednesday of this week. Possibly tomorrow.
Council, any questions regarding this? I would just ask that, given the late hour and the amount of information that we have here, that we make sure that we utilize our communications tools and avenues to get this word out and to explain this, and to I don't know if Hennepin County has a FAQ page or a more information page, but to direct people to that as much as possible as well.
We'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember, I think I saw Councilmember Coulter's hand up early. Councilmember Beloga, is this specifically to this issue, or Councilmember Coulter, is this specifically to this issue?
It is for me.
Okay, let's go with Councilmember Beloga, then we'll get to Councilmember Coulter.
So, Mr. Manager, previously the Hennepin County had indicated that they would cease operations in Bloomington Holiday Inns by the end of this year. Now I understood you to say that it's June of 2021. So there's an alteration of their previous commitment. Is my understanding that correctly?
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, we are trying to help them make sure that end of the year commitment can be reached, and that's the objective. And we're still working towards that. So while we have that June identified as sort of the outer date, the best case scenario is that it happens sooner than that. We're going to keep working with Hennepin County to try to achieve that.
Then I would ask that for a future study session in the near term, that we look at the land use implications of continuing to use hotels as they are being used now by both Hennepin County and other institutions.
And I would agree with you, Councilmember Beloga, and I would also add that as Hennepin County moves forward with this particular purchase, that I know you mentioned it, Mr. Verbrugge, but I want to make sure that the city is involved very explicitly in terms of requirements and details as to how the operations will take place and what the expectations are then in terms of how it all works.
Mr. Mayor and council members, to reiterate, the Hennepin County has committed to going through the city approval process.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions on that specific subject? If not, Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick announcement that I will be hosting a virtual community conversation event on Saturday, October 24th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Thanks to the good folks at our Community Outreach and Engagement Division for allowing me to use their Zoom account. We'll be doing it virtually so we can still maintain proper public health and safety protocols. But most importantly, because of the requirements of the co-ed Zoom account, folks do have to register in advance. So I'm asking if folks are interested to please contact me either via email or give me a phone call, and I can make sure that you get the link to do that. But it's not just the kind of thing that you can just show up for. So I just wanted to make an announcement about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Council, is there anything else to bring forward as part of our organizational business? Seeing none, now I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Beloga to adjourn. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman? Martin?
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye, motion passes 6-0. I will note that Councilmember Lohman was feeling under the weather. That's why he stepped away when he did. And just want to thank council members. I want to thank staff. I want to thank the members of the public who stuck it out with us this evening. It was a long meeting. We covered a lot of ground and got a lot of work done. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and the good work we have gotten done. So thank you all very much. Have a good rest of your evening and a good day tomorrow. Thanks much.
Good night, folks.